To order, a quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Dominating global research rankings, American universities remain among the top academic institutions in the world, and that's how it ought to be. They're entrusted with hundreds of billions in taxpayer funding, research dollars, and federal student aid to help develop the next generation of leaders and drive cutting-edge scientific discovery. I just left a meeting starting in my office on myeloma research that has some very promising things taking place, and that's what we're looking for through the research that goes on at our institutions. The free exchange of ideas is a core American principle and a cornerstone of higher education. International collaboration, whether through welcoming international students or creating international research partnerships, can, when done right, have a very positive effect for our country. However, it would be naive and reckless to ignore the dangerous, the serious dangers facing our education system. Foreign adversaries, particularly geopolitical rivals like the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, are actively competing against our nation's interests on the battlegrounds of our university campuses. They're unafraid to exploit American good intentions for ill-gotten gains. I'm proud that this committee has been a leader in combating malign foreign influence on college campuses. Last year, the House passed the Deterrent Act, which was a strong bipartisan vote for a second Congress in a row. Deterrent would bring much-needed transparency to foreign gifts and contracts under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, and I will continue working to get it signed into law. This committee's oversight has brought to light troubling partnerships between American universities and the CCP's defense-linked institutions, including joint research institutes operating with American campuses. As a result of this work, many universities have taken steps to shut down these programs. The Trump administration and Secretary McMahon have also taken this issue seriously. The Education Department has launched multiple Section 117 compliance investigations, improved the usability of disclosed data, and just last month announced an interagency agreement with the Department of State to incorporate the State Department in national security expertise. Despite this progress, recent events make it clear that the threat remains active. Last summer, there were multiple disturbing instances of potential foreign espionage on U.S. campuses. At the University of Michigan, students, employees, and faculty have been charged and sentenced for conspiracy and smuggling-related crimes. At Stanford, students were approached by foreign nationals posing as peers in an effort to get students to travel to China and share research. These instances must not be swept under the rug, and I'm excited to discuss them more in depth today at this hearing. Institutions must be proactive in addressing these threats. They should not wait for a congressional inquiry or hearing before taking a hard look at their campus culture, vetting processes, and compliances with the law. Openness is one of our great strengths, but it cannot become our greatest weakness. We can and we must ensure that academic collaboration strengthens America, not our adversaries. With that, I yield to the ranking member, the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. A college degree remains a sure path to the American dream, and it's the most reliable engine of economic mobility we have. With job numbers failing and the cost of living rising, it's vital that we protect and uplift paths to economic opportunity. College graduates earn more, they experience lower unemployment rates, and they're better positioned to support their families and contribute to their communities and the economy. Right now, our country is in the midst of a college affordability crisis. Students and families are being forced to take out crushing loans that may take them decades to repay. Today's hearing is ostensibly about espionage and foreign influence in higher education, something we have discussed in this committee numerous times. Unfortunately, I fear that today's discussion will once again focus on xenophobic conspiracy theories and culture war debates instead of addressing real barriers that college students are facing. Allow me to be blunt. The greatest threat facing students today is not foreign influence or espionage in higher education. Although these problems may exist, we can't easily quantify how or even whether they affect student life. And according to the testimony submitted today, which I have read, the processes are in place to address any foreign threat. They seem to be doing a decent job. I read your testimony. And there doesn't seem to be anything close to a university under siege, which is what the title of this hearing portrays. What we can quantify, however, is the enormous and detrimental effect of the Trump administration's attacks on higher education, on student borrowers, on their families, which is why committee Democrats have invited a representative from the Government Accountability Office today to provide us with real data and facts. Since the Trump administration returned to office, Secretary McMahon has been trying to carry out President Trump's stated goal of dismantling the Department of Education to devastating effect. To date, the department has signed at least 10 interagency agreements to transfer its programs away from the experts at the department to other agencies. These moves have proven to be inefficient, wasteful, and harmful to students and families who are now being forced to deal with multiple agencies. These programs have been thrust upon agencies that do not have the knowledge or the expertise about complex topics like student financial aid, and they do not understand the importance of successful programs like TRIO and Gear Up that increase the educational success of first-generation college students. Recently, the GAO released a report showing that the department's Office of Federal Student Aid has actually stopped key oversight on loan servicers. In its oversight of the $1.6 billion student loan portfolio, the department is required, I think it's trillion, the department is required by law to ensure student loan servicers provide borrowers with accurate information about their loans. And when they do not, borrowers can either overpay or be placed on a student loan repayment program. So the department's refusal to conduct robust oversight of student loan services is a dereliction of duty. Importantly, when the department conducted oversight during the Biden administration, it issued penalties to 4 out of the 5 servicers because they failed to meet accuracy standards. And now, without that oversight, the government is likely paying servicers for subpar or even illegal performance. And just last week, the department transferred its portfolio of defaulted student loans to the Treasury Department. Borrowers in default need support, but now they will have limited access to the department's subject matter experts. This transfer means that student borrowers who may be eligible for discharge or other relief will need to discuss their situation with people who frankly don't have a clue about how the program works. The department has also announced that it intends to hand over other student aid responsibilities to Treasury despite its lack of expertise. It certainly looks like the Trump administration's goal is to intentionally create chaos and confusion for these borrowers, many of whom are already in dire financial straits. Furthermore, the big ugly law is about to make major changes to income-driven repayment, changes that will affect millions of Americans. But because of the reductions in force, the RIFs, there are not enough staff left at the department to implement these changes and help borrowers navigate them. Starting on July 1st, millions of Americans will be left in the dark with no resources to help them. And to make matters worse for students, the Trump administration's dismantling of the Office for Civil Rights has undermined our ability to address discrimination in schools. In March of 2025, OCR's staff was cut in half. 7 of its 12 regional offices were forced to close. This move was not only devastating for students seeking resources for discrimination on campus, it was also inefficient and wasteful. A recent GAO report revealed that these layoffs may have cost U.S. taxpayers more than $38 million. If that doesn't qualify as waste, fraud, and abuse, I'm not sure what does. So it is irresponsible and short-sighted for this committee to focus on vague threats of espionage, which seem to be addressed by the universities, and instead of addressing the real problems in front of us. It's time for Congress to step up and do its duty to protect students and families from the overreaches and abuses of the Trump administration. So I urge my colleagues to listen to the unbiased reporting of GAO and consider whether blind loyalty to this administration is worth the costs outlined today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, all members who wish to insert written statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically in Microsoft Word format by 5 p.m. 14 days after this hearing. And without objection, the hearing record will remain open for 14 days to allow such statements and other extraneous material noted during the hearing to be submitted for the official hearing records. I now turn to the introduction of our four witnesses. And in light of the Sweet 16 success thus far, go Blue, it's a delight to welcome Dr. Domenico Grasso, the Interim President of the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan, who certainly took over the interim position in a very interesting period of time, and thank you for the service you provided to the institution. To introduce our second witness, I would like to recognize the representative from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's always great to be able to introduce somebody from Florida, where I would note that we have passed bills, as I'll talk about in my 5 minutes, to deal with what is a real problem. I want to just introduce Cassandra Farley. She's the Senior Director of Research, Integrity, Security, and Compliance at the University of Florida, Florida's preeminent institution in Gainesville, Florida. She's got an MBA from the University of South Florida and a BA in economics from the University of Florida. She's also a certified compliance and ethics professional and an active contributor to national organizations supporting research integrity, export controls, and research security. And I'm excited to hear her comments on how we are doing things right in Florida. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome, and I thank the gentleman. Our third witness is Ms. Melissa Emrey-Arras, the Director of Education, Workforce, and Income Security Team at the Government Accountability Office in Washington, D.C. Welcome. Our last witness is Elsa Johnson, the Editor-in-Chief of the Stanford Review in Stanford, California. Welcome. We thank the witnesses for being here today. Pursuant to committee rules, I would ask that you each limit your oral presentation to a 3-minute summary of your written statement. The clock will count down from 3 minutes. As committee members have many questions for you, and we would like to spend as much time as possible on questions. However, pursuant to Committee Rule 8D and committee practice, we will not cut off your testimony until you reach the 5-minute mark. I would also like to remind the witnesses to be aware of the responsibility to provide accurate information to the committee. Having said all of that, I will now recognize Dr. Grasso for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Wahlberg. Chairman Wahlberg, Ranking Member Scott, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about research security at the University of Michigan. My name is Domenico Grasso, and I have the privilege and honor of serving as the president of the University of Michigan since May 2025. My term will end this coming May. As an engineer and an Army veteran who currently holds a top-secret security clearance, I am deeply committed to protecting our nation's security and ensuring that the university continues to support the research, talent, and partnerships that help make Michigan special. The University of Michigan is one of the nation's largest and most prominent research universities. It comprises 3 campuses and nearly 75,000 undergraduate and graduate students and 60,000 faculty and staff. We have more than 110 programs ranked in the top 10 across the nation. With a $16 billion budget, the university engages in a broad range of activities, driving our mission of academic excellence, innovation, and public service. The university is involved in a remarkable array of newsworthy activities. To give you a sense of the scale and national scope, not including sports news, like the Sweet 16, which Chairman Wahlberg just mentioned, last year, the University of Michigan was covered nearly 600 times in just the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. There's a lot to follow. The university is a world leader in scientific and technological advancement. In 2025 alone, Michigan researchers developed more than 600 new inventions, launched 30 new startups, and received more than 1,600 research awards. These milestones are made possible by Michigan's ability to attract the best and the brightest from every corner of the United States and the world. One example of the university's advanced research capabilities, and one close to my heart, as an engineer and former Army officer is our work towards keeping our country and the world safe from nuclear proliferation. The University of Michigan researchers have developed the first ever imager that can detect both gamma rays and neutrons, an astonishing breakthrough in our nation's ability to detect material capable of producing nuclear weapons. Housing some of the world's greatest minds makes the University of Michigan a potential target of threats such as research espionage, unauthorized technology transfer, and foreign talent recruitment programs. That is why the university has established a comprehensive program to safeguard our research from America's adversaries. We share this committee's commitment to research integrity and have no tolerance for behavior that may risk the security of our nation. In isolated but serious incidents, a small number of university students and researchers from China have been arrested for unlawful activities. In each case, individuals carried out their unlawful acts without the university's knowledge. Once alerted, we acted swiftly and decisively, working with federal law enforcement, promptly terminating student work visas and severing all ties with those individuals. The university has a comprehensive research, security, and compliance program, which includes risk management for international collaborations, mandatory training, and data security protocols to ensure secure and safe research. We are meeting the increased threat with increased security. We are setting university-wide standards for visiting researchers and expanding use of background checks. We are enhancing oversight of biological materials entering or leaving university labs and strengthening physical security. And we are working to open more regular lines of communication with federal regulatory, law enforcement, and intelligence agencies. Safety and security is a team effort. And at Michigan, we know how important it is to be a team player. We stand committed to protecting the interests and security of the United States. This commitment is illustrated by our decision to end a relationship with a university in China that is seen as a potential threat to America's interests. We made this decision after discussion with this committee and the House Select Committee on the CCP. We have a special bond with this committee as three of our close Michigan friends and neighbors, Chairman Wahlberg and Congresswomen McClain and Stevens, serve on it. We look forward to continuing our dialogue with this committee to ensure that the interests of Michigan and of the nation are protected from both known threats we face today and those that may occur in the future. I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Farley for your testimony.
Chairman Wahlberg, Ranking Member Scott, distinguished committee members, and fellow witnesses, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Cassandra Farley, Senior Director of Research Integrity, Security, and Compliance at the University of Florida, where I serve as the institution's Research Security Officer. I am testifying today on behalf of the University of Florida and UF's Research Security Program. UF is a large public research university, home to 16 colleges and more than 170 research centers and institutes. This past fiscal year, UF had over $1.33 billion in research expenditures. In the same period, UF received more than $817 million in awards from federal granting agencies, with significant funding coming from the Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the National Science Foundation. Our partnership with these agencies helps our researchers solve some of society's most pressing problems in healthcare, agriculture, space, and beyond. Today, I want to highlight how UF protects that research enterprise from undue foreign influence. Beginning in 2018, our federal partners notified universities of increasing concerns about threats from foreign entities, particularly talent programs tied to the Chinese government, in which researchers sign undisclosed agreements requiring them to publish federally funded findings under foreign affiliations and recruit others into these programs. In response, federal agencies clarified their expectations, and President Trump released National Security Memorandum 33, directing the development of research security program requirements across federal agencies. Florida acted swiftly as well. In 2021, the Florida legislature unanimously passed, and Governor DeSantis signed into law, the Act relating to foreign influence, establishing a series of statutes that are the foundation of UF's research security program today. These statutes require that Florida universities regularly report foreign gifts, contracts, and agreements, have a centralized international review and approval process, and screen all research and research support hires. The statutes also prohibit gifts from entities in foreign countries of concern and bar agreements with such entities without prior approval from the Florida Board of Governors. To build our research security program, UF made significant investments in personnel, technology, and new processes to further improve our compliance posture. This research security program has several core components: screening all new research hires and visiting scholars through a risk-based review process that evaluates background, affiliations, and the nature of the proposed research, reviewing all international agreements regardless of funding source, maintaining a robust export control compliance operation, reviewing all international travel in advance and requiring compliance certifications from every traveler, and mandating annual research security training for all federal award personnel as required by the CHIPS and Science Act. Additionally, as a matter of policy, UF will not enter into any contract, agreement, or activity with any entity on a U.S. government restricted party list. Through strategic investments in its research security program and partnership and collaboration at both the state and federal levels, the University of Florida continues to demonstrate that it can support and enable innovative and groundbreaking research while meaningfully working to secure the research enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. Now recognize Ms. Emrey-Arras for your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Wahlberg, Ranking Member Scott, and members of the committee, I am pleased to be here today to discuss the Department of Education's role in ensuring accountability in higher education. Education's responsibilities include overseeing colleges, federal student aid, and the servicers that help administer the student loan program. My remarks today addressed recent work examining education's oversight of student loan servicers. I will also address key prior GAO recommendations that education has yet to implement. Earlier this month, we reported on the impact of recent staffing reductions on education's oversight of its student loan servicers. Specifically, we reported that in February of 25, education stopped assessing student loan servicers on accuracy and call quality due to lack of staff capacity, according to education officials. The two metrics were intended to measure whether student loan servicers were, one, keeping complete and accurate records for borrowers, and two, providing borrowers good customer service. The decision to stop assessing these performance metrics occurred shortly after the administration began issuing presidential directives on downsizing the federal workforce. Education reported that between January and December of 25, the number of staff at its Office of Federal Student Aid decreased 46%. Without this servicer oversight, education lacks reasonable assurance that borrower records are correct. Inaccurate records can result in borrowers being billed for incorrect amounts or placed in the wrong repayment status. Additionally, borrowers need to be given correct information when they call for help. To address these concerns, we recommended that education assess servicer accuracy and call quality. Implementing our recommendations from prior years could also help education strengthen accountability. For example, implementing our 2019 recommendations to improve verification of borrower income and family size could help reduce the risk of fraud and error in certain repayment plans and potentially save over $2 billion. Similarly, implementing our 2017 recommendation to update the formula for measuring the financial condition of colleges could help protect taxpayers against the financial risk of college closures. Finally, implementing our 2016 recommendation to improve tracking of borrower complaints could help education better track trends and ensure the program effectively meets borrower needs. In conclusion, education should take action to strengthen accountability and better protect borrowers and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Now back to our topic for this morning. I recognize Ms. Johnson for your testimony.
Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elsa Johnson. I'm a junior at Stanford University studying East Asian Studies with a focus on China, and I serve as the editor-in-chief of the Stanford Review, the independent paper on campus. I'm here because I was personally targeted by a suspected agent of the Chinese Communist Party while conducting research at Stanford. I grew up in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where I attended a Chinese language immersion school from kindergarten through 8th grade. I chose Stanford to deepen my understanding of a country whose language and culture have shaped my upbringing. In the spring of my freshman year at Stanford, I began working as a research assistant at the Hoover Institution, focused on Chinese industry and military tactics. That summer, a man calling himself Charles Chen reached out to me on social media. He had mutual followers with me and photos of Stanford on his profile. Over the following weeks, he asked detailed questions about my background, offered to pay for a trip to China, sent me a flight itinerary to Shanghai, and pressured me to move our conversation to WeChat, an app that is monitored by the CCP. Then he publicly commented on one of my Instagram posts in Mandarin, asking me to delete screenshots I had taken of our conversation. I do not know how he knew I had these screenshots. The FBI confirmed he had no affiliation with Stanford. He was likely operating on behalf of China's Ministry of State Security. I was one of at least 10 female students he targeted since 2020. After my co-author Garrett Malloy and I published our investigation, the incidents worsened. I began receiving intimidation calls where callers would switch to Mandarin, and in one case, the caller referenced my mother. Just this week, I received another call from a US number. After exchanging hellos, the caller switched to Mandarin and asked whether I had finished dinner. I have also received threatening scam emails attempting to convince me to take down my reporting on this issue. This fall, the FBI informed me that I am being physically monitored on Stanford's campus by agents of the CCP, and that my family is also being watched. I was fortunate to be at the Hoover Institution when I was targeted. The scholars there connected me with the FBI. If I had not been at Hoover, I don't know how I would have gotten help. There was no university resource to call, no tip line to contact. I was a freshman navigating a foreign intelligence operation with no institutional support. After our investigations were published, Stanford issued a statement saying it was looking into the reports. That was almost a year ago, and nothing meaningful has changed. The university has not established a reporting mechanism for transnational repression. It has not provided resources for students targeted by foreign governments. Stanford has the resources to build these systems. The question is whether the university has the will. I'm testifying today because if this can happen to me, it is certainly happening to other students across the country who do not have a platform or path to law enforcement. American universities are supposed to be places where people can think and speak freely. Right now, for many students, they are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Under Committee Rule 9, we'll now question witnesses under the 5-minute rule. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. President Grasso, the current director of the University of Michigan's Center for Chinese Studies, Anne Chi Lin, was quoted in 2022 saying this. She said that she believes the FBI, and I quote, has overstated the threat of technology transfer, unquote, from China because of the type of research that's published. Does this statement by Anne Chi Lin reflect the university's view of threats to research security? And if not, what tangible policy reforms have been made at the university, particularly in light of the multiple incidents last summer?
Thank you, Congressman. My understanding of that statement by Anne Chi Lin is that she has told others that she was misquoted in the statement. Nonetheless, that statement is something that we don't agree with at all. We find threats from overseas to be a considerable point of interest for us that we need to protect against. Research security is absolutely fundamental to our mission. A few years ago, there was National Security Presidential Memorandum number 33 that was put out with regard to protecting our national interests and security. We actually hired the authors of that memo to help us build a stronger and more robust research program. We had a strong program and it continues to get better. For example, let me just tell you some of the things that we do. We've expanded our background checks. We've increased our channels of communications with federal agencies. We have improved our data security and physical security. We require mandatory training of all of our researchers based on NSF Secure, the NSF Secure website, which is, we follow the best practices that NSF has put out. We prevent conflicts of interest through a process where everyone is required to disclose, and we use a form called M-Inform. We have a comprehensive research security program that also includes risk management for international collaborations. And I might mention that we use NSF's policy on managing international collaborations that was put together with the Jasons and MITRE Corporation. And I, just as a point of interest, my brother was president of MITRE Corporation. So national security is incredibly important to both of us in our family, and we are very committed to national security.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Farley, some argue that research security efforts risk stereotyping and targeting those who come from different racial or ethnic backgrounds. How do research security efforts at the University of Florida protect faculty and students with all backgrounds?
Thank you for that question. At the University of Florida, our new hire screening of researchers and research support positions occurs for all new hires, regardless of national origin or citizenship. We are committed to hiring the best and the brightest at the University of Florida, so we use a risk-based review process to review education, affiliations, employment history, and ongoing affiliations, as well as the nature of the research as we conduct those reviews. We also review all travel, regardless of destination, and all of those things happen within my office and are overseen by senior leadership.
Comprehensive, common sense, it appears. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you could write a book about your freshman and sophomore years at Stanford. In your testimony, you mentioned Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, as well as deterrent, which this committee moved across the House floor last year. How does the public transparency in Section 117 help you as a citizen and a journalist hold institutions accountable?
Thank you. I think the Section 117 funding portal has already been extremely valuable to myself and my writers as journalists. I think being able to see where Stanford's money is coming from is really important, and I think that we have a right to access that information.
Okay. It certainly gives a target for further information to be gained, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I wish you well. My time has expired, so I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for her 5 minutes of questioning. I move to Representative Takano from California for your 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For decades, scholars, researchers, and intellectuals have come to our research institutions because the United States is a global powerhouse scientifically and academically. We take the best and brightest from our allies and adversaries alike and bring them to study and work for the United States. Our higher education system has been our greatest soft power asset. The benefits are significant. Over a third of Nobel Prizes won by the United States were won by foreign-born researchers and professionals. Among Chinese-born students, over 85% of PhD students stay in the United States long after completing their programs, and international scholars contribute tens of billions of dollars a year to our economy. There is no disputing that we are in the midst of intense competition with China. China is the #1 global leader in trade manufacturing, STEM graduates, automation, critical minerals, biotech, pharmaceuticals, and an array of other fields. I agree that the risk of CCP-related intellectual property theft is significant and concerning, and it will continue unless we remain vigilant. However, China is not surpassing us in these areas because they are stealing our technology. China is exceeding us because they have spent years investing in research and development, studying other countries adopting technology, and building universities. They have invested heavily in education. And while they rapidly develop and expand their research infrastructure, this administration and this majority have hobbled ours. Our universities and colleges have been attacked, demeaned, stripped of their research funding for merely disagreeing with the administration. International students have had their visas arbitrarily revoked without explanation. Researchers have been targeted, investigated, and publicly accused of crimes they did not commit. And if that sounds like the tactics of an authoritarian CCP, that's because it is. This administration is adopting the very same practices that we decry China for. In the past, students and scholars came to this country because American higher education was an arena where free speech was not just protected, it was encouraged. Students and professors alike can study, innovate, debate, and collaborate freely. Approaches like the Safe Research Act, which would restrict colleges from accessing research grant funding if they or the researchers have any affiliation with China, openly attack that model. The proposal is the legislative equivalent of cutting off the nose to spite the face. If we entirely cease all forms of relationship with China in the immediate term, as this administration favors, we give up a significant proportion of our best minds and the workforce in our university researchers and labs. We put forth an authoritarian response to combat authoritarianism. We also attack some of our best innovators. The unmitigated failures of the China initiative prove that this heavy-handed approach is not only ineffective, it is incredibly harmful and highly racially biased. In 2021, Dr. Gang Qin, the former head of MIT's engineering department, was arrested, investigated, and publicly accused of being loyal to China. He had lived and worked in the United States for decades and been a citizen for 20 years. After 2 years of investigation, the charges were dismissed, but not before his research had been halted and his grants had been lost. Years later, he went on to head the development of what is now recognized as the best semiconductor material yet discovered for its speed and durability. Had the China initiative succeeded in sending Dr. Chen back to China, the US would not have that technology. The China initiative has had incredibly tragic consequences as well. In 2019, Dr. Jane Wu was targeted by a China initiative investigation. Dr. Wu was a neuroscientist studying cancer and ALS that had been in the US for 40 years and a citizen since the year 2000. Dr. Wu was cleared after 2 years, but in that time, she lost access to her lab, her research, and her funding. She committed suicide in 2024. When it comes to policymaking, vehemence does not equal competence. And rather than chest beating and name calling, we must pursue solutions that balance both academic freedom and national security. We should strengthen the bipartisan proposals that have been put forth and treat this issue with the gravity it deserves, not use it as another opportunity for political grandstanding. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentlelady from New York.
Thank you, Chairman Wahlberg. Mr. Grasso, last year facing congressional pressure, Michigan ended its partnership with Shanghai Jiao Tong University after 5 Chinese students were caught spying at night and taking illegal photos of U.S. military drills and equipment on the remote Michigan installation Camp Grayling. These students lied and misled U.S. law enforcement about their motives and later conspired on the CCP-controlled messaging app WeChat to clear their phones and cameras of photos and evidence. Has the university conducted a full audit to determine what intellectual property or federally funded research was compromised?
Congresswoman, we are unaware of any research that was compromised by these individual students. What they did was at Camp Grayling, miles and miles away from campus, and they were arrested for taking pictures of a military installation, and they
But
were.
while they were students, though, did you do an audit on whether there was any access to any research being conducted on the university campus? I understand Camp Grayling is off campus, but was there an audit conducted?
Well, they were not researchers; they were undergraduate students. So we did not do an audit, but I suspect that they were not, unless they did something nefarious, they did not have any access to any of our research.
Well, they did do something nefarious off campus. I think it would be important for the university to ensure that there is a full audit conducted to make sure that no research, that they didn't take any nefarious acts there. Are there currently any Chinese nationals at Michigan involved in research funded by either the Department of War or any federal agency?
We have many Chinese students and scholars on our campus. I don't know what all their projects are. To your previous point, I will take that back to our team and ask them to look at potential access of those students on our campus. But I do not know what all of our researchers are involved in and whether they are. I would suspect that some of them are on federal grants. The military and Department of Defense has very strict requirements as who can participate in their research. So if they're not U.S. citizens, they would not have access.
There were also multiple cases of Chinese nationals connected to the university who were charged and arrested for attempting to smuggle biological materials into the United States last year. What is Michigan doing to vet foreign students? Specifically, what types of reviews are taking place on students from foreign countries who will have access to sensitive research?
Congresswoman, we have improved and we're continuing to improve our background checks for all of our researchers and students that come into the country. But we also have to partner more closely with our federal intelligence community to make sure that these students are vetted before they're allowed to get visas to enter our country as well.
What percentage of students are foreign nationals at Michigan?
We have about 8,000 foreign students or international students out of 75,000.
Okay. I want to turn, Ms. Johnson, your testimony is extremely concerning. Thank you for being here and sharing your experience. You mentioned that some of the frustrations you had in Stanford's lack of action to combat the threat of Chinese espionage towards students. Can you characterize your personal interactions with the university? Were they cooperative, or was the university reluctant to engage with you?
Thank you. The university was very reluctant to engage with me. After we published our first article, there was some outreach, a little email saying they're taking our concerns seriously and they're looking into it. And we met with some administrators, and they, sort of said there's nothing they can really do about it. So I have definitely sensed that.
Did they refer it to law enforcement?
No, I had to go to law enforcement myself.
Mm-hmm. Was there any retaliation or backlash from the university against you or Stanford Review, where I understand you're the editor-in-chief?
Yeah, I think among the student body, we're not popular at times. And, this is definitely one of those cases. But it wasn't terrible. Beyond the transnational repression that I was facing, campus was okay.
The transnational repression, though, that should not be happening to American undergraduates who are studying, learning their research, putting together their academic portfolio. Again, thanks for being here and bravely sharing your story. Yield back.
Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. I recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for your 5 minutes of questioning.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, if it hasn't already been stated, again, just for the record, this committee last Congress held a hearing on a number of bills regarding this issue. In this Congress, we've gone through the same drill, already a hearing and a markup. I've actually voted with the majority in a couple of those measures. I would just note that they are far from through all the wickets in terms of getting through both the House and the Senate. In the meantime, we have a hurricane out there right now with student loan borrowers, which we have not held any hearings to really conduct oversight, which is within the jurisdiction of this committee, in 2025, student loan delinquencies skyrocketed with nearly 25% of borrowers, roughly 7.9 million Americans in this country becoming delinquent in the first 3 quarters alone. By late 2025, over 5.5 million borrowers held $140 billion in defaulted federal loans with severe delinquency rates, hitting 9.6% this year. Again, this is all happening at a time when there's a cost of living crisis, and when this administration let the payments snap back when they took over. Again, it has just been pouring gasoline on the fire. At the same time, we have a situation over at the Department of Education as our witness, Ms. Emrey-Arras, has testified, where the whole structure of the Federal Student Loan Assistance Office is being gutted. And they're also, because of the president's executive order, there's been this sort of quasi-transfer of authorities outside of the Department of Education. Again, the announcement that they're shifting jurisdiction and control of the portfolio, which is about $2 trillion out of DOE into the Treasury Department, I think really deserves our attention in terms of, as a committee, to get to the root of this, in terms of, again, the trends that are happening in terms of defaults that are, again, just really going to trap people in a debt trap, particularly young Americans who are starting out in life, in terms of just being in a place where they can buy a house or start a business, or again, pursue their dreams. So, Ms. Emrey-Arras, again, your report, which again I think was very relevant in terms of, again, what's happening over the Department of Education. Can you talk about, again, the staffing issues at the Office of Federal Student Aid at a time when delinquencies are going through the roof?
Certainly. Thank you for that question. We found that between January and December of last year, FSA lost about half of its staff, specifically 46%. That constituted a drop of 656 staff members.
When our constituents, are again falling into delinquency, the ability of even our members of Congress to be able to sort of try and provide assistance is really going to, be affected and limited by the fact that there's just not people there to answer the phone. In terms of the transition to Treasury Department, again, can you talk about sort of what we know so far, whether they're just going to shift that office over to Treasury, or is Treasury going to set up its own mechanism?
We haven't looked into that issue, and the department has not discussed it with us.
So again, it's, I think, maybe in some sort of, conversations at a bar, people could say, oh, that sounds like something Treasury can handle, is handling a portfolio. But the fact of the matter is, it's like a big bank, in terms of, a loan department that DOE has had for many years. And certainly, I think all of us can attest to the fact that it can always be improved. And, the confusion that's out there for borrowers in terms of just what income repayment plans they can qualify for, they need help that's there. But the bottom line is, somebody needs to be there to answer the phone, okay, in terms of helping borrowers in the predicament that they're in right now. That really should be the focus of this committee, given the fact that we've been over this ground before in terms of the topic of today's hearing. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, we are going to get real, clear, professional testimony and documentation so that we can help the people we represent. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now back to the topic at hand. I recognize Ms. Miller for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our universities and colleges house vast centers of research and technology that contribute to our national security framework. The very nature of these centers make them prime targets for espionage, theft, and exploitation. And yet these universities have repeatedly failed to properly vet foreign students and faculty who seek to gain access to these facilities. These institutions have also accepted monetary gifts from foreign countries without asking about the strings attached. This committee took a big step forward last year to force donor transparency by advancing the Deterrent Act, which later passed the House. Similarly, the Trump administration has also taken action to ensure further compliance of Section 117 of the Higher Education Act. But there is more work to be done. Because many universities fail to self-report, there must be stricter civil and criminal penalties for improper vetting of foreign students and faculty. The same is true for foreign gifts. In fact, universities should have to report all foreign gifts, regardless of the amount or the nation it was received from. Safeguarding our national security involves holding these colleges and universities accountable. My first question is to Mr. Grasso. Last year, 2 Chinese nationals who worked in a lab at the University of Michigan were charged with smuggling a dangerous fungus into the United States. What steps have you taken to prevent foreign agents like these from infiltrating your college again?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We have been developing stronger background checks for all of our scholars and researchers. We require our mandatory training in terms of research security of all of our researchers. Research security is fundamental to our mission. We take these breaches very, very seriously. We have improved many of our research protocols. We have very strong protocols, and we continue to improve them along with annual training, as I mentioned. We also rely heavily on our federal partners to help us identify individuals that are coming in that could pose threats to our national security and when they issue visas. And we continue to look at export controls, foreign engagements. As I mentioned, we check all of our foreign engagements, and we do all of our reporting according to Section 117 of the Higher Education Act.
Okay, well, we're going to hold you accountable for that. My next question is to Ms. Farley. In your written testimony, you mentioned several Florida laws designed to reduce undue foreign influence in colleges and universities. Could you talk about the effectiveness of these laws and how we might implement similar policies on a federal level?
Thank you for that question, Representative. I would, of course, have to defer to policymakers as to the best approach to regulating institutes of higher education. But at the University of Florida, we have a highly compliant program. We have fully committed to complying with all state and federal regulations related to research security. The statutes in question require that the University of Florida screen all new research and research support positions prior to hire. Our institution also has implemented an international travel review program in which travelers must report their travel. Prior to traveling, it must be reviewed by my office, and they must certify compliance with relevant policies and regulations. And in addition to that, there are several reporting requirements in which the university reports foreign gifts and contracts to the Florida Board of Governors on a regular basis to include on any agreements with countries of concern.
So what enforcement policies are in place?
In what sense?
Well, if a college or university violates those.
Oh, absolutely. So the Florida Board of Governors requires reporting of these agreements on a biannual basis, and then there are consequences in place. I don't have the exact language of the statute in front of me if there is a lack of reporting or transparency. So the Board of Governors is highly involved in oversight and monitoring of compliance.
Do you know of any situations where you've had to force some kind of compliance or fine a university or take some kind of punitive action?
So I can only speak for the University of Florida, but our program is highly compliant, and we've had a variety of outcomes from the reviews that we do in compliance with the Florida Board of Governors regulation.
Well, thank you. Florida's been such a light in the country. I appreciate what you've all done. My last question.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
If you wouldn't have explained about Florida so strongly. Remember Michigan.
Okay.
Now I recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wahlberg and Ranking Member Scott. But I just have to ask, what problem are we actually trying to solve today? Why are we here? Where is the evidence that America's universities are under siege by foreign espionage at a scale that justifies this level of alarm? And while we're asking questions, why aren't we holding hearings on the real crisis facing students? This is the Education Committee, and we should be ashamed that we are not examining how, by dismantling the Department of Education, slashing oversight, and gutting federal student aid in the so-called Big Ugly Bill, Republicans have made college less affordable, less accessible, and harder to finish, especially for low and middle income families. Who is truly putting students at risk? This hypothetical foreign actor or policies that gut federal student aid and undermine the Department of Education? How does slashing support for Pell Grants and loan programs strengthen higher education or our workforce? Instead of chasing xenophobic conspiracy theories that risk stigmatizing international students and distracting from real problems, this committee should be focused on holding the administration accountable for the chaos and confusion it is inflicting on borrowers and on institutions, and on advancing serious legislation that ensures every single student in this country who wants to can access and complete a quality degree. With that, I have a few questions. Ms. Emrey-Arras, how have the changes to the federal student loan access and repayment in H.R. 1, the so-called Big Ugly Bill, affected the affordability of higher education for low and middle income students who depend on federal aid to enroll and stay in school?
Thank you for the question. We have not studied that issue, but we would be happy to do so in the future.
Okay, well, last week, the Department of Education announced that it will transfer the Office of Federal Student Aid to the Treasury Department. Do you know how will this shift of student loan management responsibilities affect students' day-to-day lives as borrowers? For example, the clarity of information they receive, the quality of customer service, and the ease of navigating repayment and default?
That is a good question. We have not studied the issue, and we do not know the answer.
But you're here at this committee, and you don't know the answer to nothing?
I can tell you about the work that we've
yield
done.
back.
The gentlelady yields. I thank the gentlelady. Now I recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses who are here today. I think the purpose of this hearing today is to make sure that if we are engaged with foreign countries, especially foreign adversaries, that we want to make sure that our country and our students are safe from espionage. We don't want our intellectual property to be stolen. And we want to safeguard the institutions in which the taxpayers spend a lot of money funding. So I believe that's what the purpose of this hearing is for. So let me ask a general question. Let's start with this. Why do you believe foreign relationships at the university level are important, right? We have a lot of taxpayers paying money for taxes for their students to go to our universities. Why are the relationships with foreign countries, especially foreign adversaries, why are those relationships even needed? And I'll ask both the university presidents. We'll start with you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. First, it's not about foreign talent in isolation. At the University of Michigan, we are one of the greatest universities in the world, and we want to attract the best talent from around the world to come and work with our researchers and study with our students to the benefit of humanity. And we understand that the majority of the university is funded through Michigan taxpayer dollars. That's why if we invite students from other states or from other overseas, they pay a differential to compensate for the difference that taxpayers get a discount on. But we are not necessarily existentially dependent on international talent, but it is to the university's benefit and to society's benefit to attract the best and the brightest to the university to develop the best technologies in the future for the university.
Ms. Farley?
Thank you for that question. At the University of Florida, in compliance with state statutes, we review all international agreements, regardless of funding source. At our institution, we're committed to finding the appropriate collaborators for our research, but all agreements go under a thorough review by the appropriate office. But as a matter of statute, we do not enter into any agreements with foreign countries of concern without the prior approval of the Board of Governors.
Is it necessary to have foreign countries in these relationships and these partnerships, knowing that there is a risk of espionage, of intellectual property being stolen? Is it really necessary?
Thank you for that question. In my role as the research security officer, I am responsible for reviewing these agreements, ensuring the risk is as minimal as possible, and when at all possible, ensuring that that risk doesn't exist.
So you can't really comment on my question? Okay, all right. What I'm curious about is what happens, and can you walk us through to give us a little peace of mind, what happens today if a researcher fails to disclose a foreign affiliation? We'll start with you, Ms. Farley. We'll go in reverse order.
Thank you for that question, Representative. At the University of Florida, our policy on conflicts of interest and conflicts of commitment prohibits participation in malign foreign talent recruitment programs. That's a explicit prohibition, but and all employees are required to disclose outside activities.
But what happens if they don't? What happens?
If they violate our policy, our institution follows our policy to do a thorough review to determine if there was a violation of our policy, and then there is a process in place to conduct that review.
Is there a zero tolerance policy?
If there's a violation of our policy, then we would follow the laid out disciplinary actions within that policy, yes.
And what would that disciplinary action be?
Depending on the scope of their non-compliance, disciplinary action can be anything from counseling to up to termination.
Counseling. Okay. Mr. Grasso?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think our program would be similar. We would do an investigation if there was an oversight and disclosure of a conflict of interest, and the penalties would be commensurate with the oversight. If it was a simple oversight of perhaps an honorary title at a university that was not listed on someone's disclosure form, we would have a conversation with the individual. If there's a compensation associated with it, it could be up to termination, which we did do in a particular instance that we found.
Thank you very much. My time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. Now I recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses here today, and great to see you, President Grasso, go blue. We know we're all in challenging times for higher education. As many of my colleagues have pointed out, faculty, administrators, researchers, and most importantly, students have been caught up in the current administration's reckless dismantling of federal agencies, as well as cuts to research funding that have changed the landscape of university and academic life dramatically. I also have the privilege of sitting on the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee and the Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. And so this hearing today is cutting across a lot of the policy work that I have engaged in and on Congress, and that the committees of jurisdiction that I also sit on have tackled. We know that the research ecosystem across our universities is one of the crown jewels of this country, and that American national security, economic innovations, critical health breakthroughs, and so much more often starts at the university research level or technology readiness 1 or 0 through 5. So the research is going to be a target, and we know that, for our adversaries and our competitors. However, the response is not to close off, our universities to the world. We know that. We don't want to be launching xenophobic attacks against particular student communities or cut off critical federal research funding. And instead, we should adopt common sense protections like the ones codified in my United States Research Protection Act that passed the House on voice vote last year. And we want to give our universities the tools to protect themselves and secure important research without jeopardizing the funding and collaborations they need to remain on the cutting edge. And most importantly, we do want to protect academic integrity and research from foreign influence, which is somewhat in the camp of espionage, but we don't want to have the influence. And so, when we see the current administration firing workers and shuttering directorates at the NSF, the National Science Foundation, many of those fired were experienced professionals in managing federal research funding securely, and they were attuned to the risks posed by malign foreign actors. And so it's safe to say that eliminating that institutional knowledge made it more difficult for universities to maintain their security of their research operations. And to that end, Mr. Grasso, what more can we do at the federal level to help the University of Michigan secure the critical research happening on your campus?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We appreciate our partnership with federal agencies, both our funding agencies and our security and law enforcement agencies. And we appreciate any information that can be shared with regard to interactions with foreign entities that would help us better protect our policies.
Yeah, and do you have any research highlights that are going on at the University of Michigan right now to make sure that our state is on the cutting edge of new innovations? Anything you'd like to share right now?
Oh, we have a lot of research highlights. As a matter of fact, just recently, the first awards by Sony and Nature magazine for the top women in technology and science were awarded. They awarded 3 of them. 2 were Michigan scholars, and they happen to also be of Chinese origin. So that was terrific. And one of those was for work that was done in the development of a technology called histotripsy, which is a treatment of liver cancer, and it does surgery without heat or scalpels. So it uses ultrasound, and it was just sold for almost $3 billion. So that's one of the terrific things that we're doing on campus.
Well, holy smokes, because we know we want these innovations and this productivity here in our country, particularly as we face enormous challenges with our debt proposition. And it's only when we innovate and grow our economy that we will be able to pay off our debt. So thank you so much for being here and sharing. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Allen.
Georgia.
Excuse me, from Georgia. It's down south there somewhere,
Yeah,
right?
it's close to Florida.
Yeah.
Right next, we neighbor Florida. Yeah.
Well, I get wrapped up.
We're
in Michigan.
proud to neighbor Florida. Thank you. And thank you, Chairman, for holding this important hearing today. And I want to thank the witnesses for your attendance and expertise and helping us understand what's going on in American universities and as far as the engine of innovation, collaboration, but those strengths obviously are being exploited by foreign adversaries who work to undermine our institutions and democratic values. You know, we are the innovation giant in the world. The problem is that, you know, much of that innovation is intellectual capital is being stolen and used against us, particularly from an economic standpoint. President Grasso, according to the University of Michigan's export control training, only one module named export control is labeled required. 9 other modules are deemed optional, including export compliance and biosafety, export compliance for international shipping, and export compliance in the United States sanctions program. You believe having those trainings only be optional for university faculty and staff is taking a strong and proactive approach towards research security?
Congressman, thank you very much for the question. Research security is our fundamental basis for doing our research. And I will actually take your comment back to our team in Ann Arbor, and I will look at those other modules that are labeled as optional.
Good.
And we will look to see if we can make those required as
Right.
appropriate.
Thank you. Ms. Farley, you noted concerns about undisclosed participation in foreign talent programs, particularly those linked to the People's Republic of China, which includes taxpayer-funded research dollars. How does the University of Florida's screening process identify and mitigate risk associated with undisclosed foreign affiliations?
Thank you for that question, Representative. At the University of Florida, we require all new research and research support positions to go through a screening process. That screening process looks for a variety of indicators, some of which can be indicators of malign foreign government talent recruitment programs. So our office looks at things such as employment history, foreign affiliations, publication history, as well as education and training. And we also consider the nature of the research and the scope of the research for the researcher we are looking at.
Okay, good. And you think that's working to satisfactorily protect and secure what you're doing there at the great University of Florida?
At UF, we believe our program is in compliance with the statutes and that it is effectively implemented, yes.
Great, thank you. Ms. Johnson, you mentioned student groups such as the Chinese Students and Scholars Associations that are utilized as arms of the Chinese government. Can you talk about what type of events these organizations hold and how they influence other international students on campus?
Yeah, so Stanford has an association of Chinese students and scholars. It receives, I think last year it received $64,000 from Stanford as club funding. And they host a lot of networking events across the Bay Area. And their big event every year is their Lunar New Year party. And the Association of Chinese Students and Scholars has been used for peer monitoring and reporting back to the Chinese Communist Party, which I think creates an unsafe environment for a lot of Chinese students.
What about the influence they're having on other international students? And meaning, are they trying to recruit other international students into this effort, or has that influence caused a problem?
I'm not sure if they're trying to recruit other international students. However, I have heard stories from people in our business school who are also in the U.S. military who have attended events hosted by Chinese clubs where they've been invited to, go to China for free, have been approached about what they're doing with the U.S. military. So definitely is affecting U.S. American students,
Right.
as well as Taiwanese students, because oftentimes there will be a stance against.
So this would be an espionage effort by that group. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I am out of time. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I do apologize. How could I think of moving you out of the home of the Masters tournament coming up in a couple weeks? Maybe it's jealousy.
Yes, sir. Well, yes, it's 2 weeks away, and we're looking forward to it, and it's 80 degrees in Augusta, Georgia today. Thank you.
You said too much right now, so I thank the gentleman. Now I recognize the gentleman, the gentle lady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again to the witnesses. I appreciate my colleagues' dedication to this issue, and I just wish that they brought the same level of commitment to addressing problems in our higher education system, like the cost of college and meeting the basic needs of students. Recently, the GAO published a report about the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights. That's the office that's charged with enforcing civil rights laws that protect more than 70 million students in schools and universities nationwide. Unfortunately, the Trump administration has slashed this office, laid off about half the staff, closed 7 of the 12 regional offices, and then several months later, OCR then recalled about 250 of the laid off staff to address the backlog of civil rights complaints. Reports in January show that OCR failed to meaningfully resolve a single racial harassment or discrimination investigation since Donald Trump took office in January of 2025. Then more than a month ago, 70 of my Democratic colleagues joined me in sending a letter to Secretary McMahon and Assistant Secretary Ritchie. We need answers. We asked about the current number of pending cases and open investigations, how many full-time workers OCR employs, how many remain on paid administrative leave, and whether OCR has resolved any cases related to racial harassment or discrimination of students. We requested answers within 30 days. We have heard nothing. It's been 50 days, no response. Ms. Emrey-Arras, GAO released a report in January investigating the reduction in force and restructuring at OCR. What effect did the rifts have on the caseload of the employees who remained at OCR, and what were the circumstances that led to the department recognizing that they needed to reinstate some of those employees?
So as you noted, the department cut about half of the OCR staff during this time, dating back to March. And during this period from March through September, they had more than 9,000 complaints of alleged discrimination. They opened more than 600 investigations. They reported resolving about 7,000 complaints. And they noted that about 90% of the resolutions were through dismissals.
So they just dismiss the cases rather than resolve them, is what you're saying?
There can be many reasons for dismissals, and the department has not disclosed what those reasons are.
And what was the cost to American taxpayers of placing OCR employees on paid administrative leave as part of the RIF? And then what was the cost of recalling them later in the year to address the backlog of civil rights complaints?
That's an excellent question, and we don't know the answer because the department didn't do what it was supposed to do. The department was supposed to calculate those costs before initiating the RIFs. It did not. However, we do know, based on estimates that they had for just simply the benefits and the salaries, that between $28.5 and $38 million was spent from March to December paying people not to work.
Yeah, that is not government efficiency when we pay people not to work. And I just want to note, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, that, Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry, I missed your testimony that you gave orally, but I read through your testimony, and you certainly don't agree with what happened to you, but I talk to people all the time about higher education, and what I'm hearing is, I don't know if I can afford to go to college. I don't know what's going to happen with my student loans. I have so much student loan debt. I don't know what to do with all the changes in the program. It's confusing. We don't know what's going to happen. Now they're trying to send the student loan collection to Treasury without the appropriate staff or expertise. That's what people are talking to me about. We passed legislation. We've had hearings, multiple hearings on the threat to research security, both here and in the Science Committee. And from the testimony from the institutions, as I said earlier, they are addressing those threats. What we really need to deal with is the attack on higher education. And we're not doing that in this committee. And Mr. Chairman, I hope we can do that because higher education is a path to opportunity, and we need to open those doors of opportunity, not close them. I have said that HR 1, the big ugly bill I call it, is a dream killer because there are a lot of people now who just feel like they won't be able to afford to go to college unless they're from a wealthy family. That's taking opportunity away from people, which is exactly the opposite of what President Johnson, when he signed the Higher Education Act, said this is to open the doors of opportunity. That's what this committee should be doing, opening doors of opportunity for students across the country and making sure that if people have student loan debt, they have a manageable way to pay it back instead of thrusting him into the chaos that is about to erupt at the Treasury. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady, and I would note that we concur with your desire to encourage higher education. Maybe we see different approaches, but we certainly want to encourage higher education. Let's move now to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messmer, for your 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for being here today. President Grasso, when universities are faced with potential criminal activity by foreign nationals, cooperation with law enforcement cannot be optional or delayed. Timely action is essential to ensure those that break the laws are held accountable without exception. Yet at the University of Michigan, we have seen a case of at least 2 foreign nationals on student visas who were able to flee the United States and remain fugitives. This cannot happen again, and I hope you agree. I had a provision included in the House-passed Deterrent Act last March that would strengthen coordination between universities and federal agencies to assure compliance, streamline reporting, and close gaps that let bad actors slip through the hands of law enforcement. What concrete steps will the University of Michigan take to work directly with federal agencies to improve reporting and prevent future cases from falling through the cracks?
Thank you, Congressman. When we get a report from federal agency of a transgression in our laws, we take immediate action. And as I mentioned, we've had several instances where federal agents identified students that were doing illicit things. We revoked their visas right away, and then they were either arrested or some of them left the country. But we take immediate action when we are faced with illicit action that's reported to us by the federal authorities.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson, do you feel like Stanford has support systems in place for students like yourself who are experiencing transnational repression?
No, I don't think Stanford has the proper infrastructure in place. I think they have been sort of helpful with, a program for international students, but not on the transnational repression front.
What practical steps can they take to help students?
I think they should try to set up an anonymous tip line for people to report incidents, and I think they should set up even a small office for students to talk to administrators about this issue.
Thank you. Ms. Farley, you described the University of Florida as a model for centralized institution-wide research security and oversight. What advantage is there to having a centralized compliance functions compared to decentralized approaches that other universities might be using?
Thank you for that question, Representative. As I'm sure you can imagine, the University of Florida is a large place with many colleges and centers and institutes. So by centralizing our research security program, we were able to ensure that we could implement an effective and efficient program with minimal numbers of points of contact to make it easier for researchers, faculties, and students to know who their central point of contact is. We've also been able to ensure by centralizing these programs that there is direct oversight from senior leaderships and members of the University of Florida Cabinet.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. I'll yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It feels like this hearing is yet another of the Republicans' latest attempts to villainize the global community and undermine higher education. Universities already put significant resources and efforts into making sure their hiring, enrollment, and research processes are safe. But conservatives would have us believe that espionage is one of the largest issues facing higher education, and that we should treat every international or student or faculty as a foreign spy. The research universities in my district, like the University of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon University, are great because, not despite of, the international community. Dr. Grasso, in your testimony, you mentioned that your university's achievements are made possible by the ability to attract the best and brightest from every corner of the United States and the world. How does your university benefit from enrolling international students and hiring international faculty?
Thank you, Congresswoman. That is a great question. We attract the best and the brightest from around the world, and they come and they enrich our campuses because they not only bring their intellectual power, but they bring different perspectives from around the world and how different cultures and communities look at different problems. And that helps our students learn from them as they sit side by side in classrooms. And it helps our researchers attack very difficult problems from different perspectives. So we have benefited greatly from an international community of the best and the brightest. And Time Magazine just ranked the University of Michigan the 9th best university in the world. There were only 4 other American universities ahead of us. They were privates. We were the first public, but we were ranked the 9th best, and it's in part because we can attract the best and the brightest.
Thank you. So it sounds like diversity, equity, and inclusion do make universities great. I do, and I try to be sensitive because I recognize that a lot of our university presidents who have come before our committee, they have brought some concerns about speaking out in front of or around this administration, in front of Republicans. We know that Trump has made it clear that he intends to use the full force of the federal government, including this committee, to go after some of our university presidents and our institutions. This administration threatens the existence of our higher education institutions. And perhaps, I know you all can't always say it, so I will say it for you, but I am grateful that you have come to share this perspective. That is a really important one. If Republicans want to protect research, they can stop cutting research funding. They can make sure that the NIH and the NSF are fully staffed with scientific experts who make decisions based on research integrity instead of fascist ideology and conspiracy theories. Visa delays, travel restrictions, increased security or surveillance, kidnappings from ICE, heightened uncertainty, and the chilling effect caused by hearings just like this one are what actually make it impossible for schools to fulfill their educational and research missions. Every bit of innovation that contributes to our position in the world has come from innovation through global collaboration. Congressman Takano mentioned it, but it bears repeating that our ability to attract the best and the brightest from all corners of this country and the world is what comprises America's soft power. It's not just what makes us globally competitive, it's what makes us globally safe. We should be proud of the fact that people all over the world want to come here, that we have built a society that people want to contribute to. If they no longer feel welcome here, they will take their talents elsewhere. They'll use their skills to build up the world around us, and we will be left behind. We have an administration that does not value soft power. There does not feel there is a benefit to diplomacy, that doesn't value our country's image as helpers or aspiring peacekeepers in the world. This administration is hell-bent on making America look like a hellscape. This is the trajectory we are on. And to add insult to injury, when xenophobic rhetoric about foreign espionage causes students to be profiled and discriminated against, what recourse do they have? Because in January, we learned that the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights has been dismissing 90% of discrimination complaints. And this was while half of the OCR staff were placed on administrative leave thanks to DOJ. Very quickly, Ms. Emrey-Arras, can you remind this committee what the Department of Education spent on civil rights staff who were not allowed to work from March to December 2025?
We know it was at least $28.5 to $35 million.
So instead of paying civil rights workers to do their job and process discrimination cases, the Department of Ed spent millions of taxpayer dollars to strip students of civil rights protections. We know that world-class universities and global collaborations are essential to democracy, which is, of course, what this administration is attacking in the first place. But we cannot allow for xenophobic rhetoric, can't get lost in it. Those of us who are still interested in democracy will continue to fight for international students, for the contributions to our country, and we'll continue to fight against the kind of global democracy and diplomacy that so many of our greatest achievements were built on. I thank you all so much for your time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. And now I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I live in the real world, not the world of sunshine, rainbows, pixie dust, and unicorns that we just heard about. So I'd like to give you some examples before I get to my question to Ms. Farley. In 2021, this isn't fictional, the federal grand jury indicted Lin Yang for defrauding the NIH of $1.75 million. He concealed his ties to a Chinese company. While he was working with the University of Florida, he fled to China. Between 2019 and 2021, multiple UF researchers resigned or were terminated after internal audits revealed undisclosed connections to Chinese institutions or talent programs. In 2024, a UF research lab employee and several students were implicated in a multi-year plot related to biochemical and toxin shippings at UCF. 4 professors between 2019 and 2020 had ties to China, had to be resigned or fired amid concerns of undisclosed relationships. At the University of South Florida in 2015, Dajin Peng ran UCF's Confucius Institute, had expense fraud, visa issues that had to be dealt with, and I could go on and on and on. These are issues in my state that actually take these issues seriously. Again, as opposed to the sunshine, rainbow, pixie dust perspective that we just heard. That's why in 2021, the Florida legislature passed HB 7017 unanimously to deal with these issues, and in 2023, SB 846. And I was proud to help spearhead both of those when I was in the legislature helping to run education policy. So, Ms. Farley, my question to you is this. Do you believe that the issue we're talking about here is a real issue, and have policies like the ones we put in place in Florida helped you to be able to make sure that we are protecting our research institutions to advance the interests of the American people?
Thank you for that question, Representative. At the University of Florida, we are fully committed to complying with all policies and regulations related to this important issue. And as you've stated, we had some examples of significant breaches of trust at the university, and we were committed to cooperating fully, and those employees are no longer at the institution. We have implemented—
So these things actually happen.
Yes.
These issues, so they're real. We're not like making it up.
Yes.
And by the way, all the examples I gave were basically China, but these are happening. Like, we need someone to have the job that you have. Now, obviously you're going to say yes, but because you want your job, but we have an issue and we need someone like you to deal with it.
The institution takes this issue very seriously, and we, at the time that the laws were passed, we implemented a task force of senior leaders across the institution. We took it very seriously. The leaders across the institution designed the research security program, which has since grown and evolved to implement the new requirements as well that were passed in 2023. We centralized the program so that there's leadership oversight of these programs, and we've done significant outreach and training across campus to help our CAPMAS partners, our researchers, our faculty understand the importance of these issues and the importance of complying with federal and state regulations.
So let's hypothetically assume that we lived in the world of rainbows, pixie dust, unicorns that we heard about, where everything's fine and we're all working together and we don't need to take any of this stuff seriously. We hadn't passed these laws like we passed in Florida, and we had the kinds of issues. What do you think would be going on in our institutions if we weren't worried about it, if we weren't passing laws like we passed in Florida? Do you believe that our Florida universities would be at risk, or everything would just be fine?
I would hesitate to speculate on a hypothetical, but what I will say is that the concerns are concerns we've seen at the federal level as well as the state level, and the university has been committed for many, many years to constantly improving our compliance posture and growing our research security program to protect those and be a good steward of federal research dollars.
My last question is this. Do you believe that there are foreign actors that wish to exploit our universities and the funding that we provide to them for the benefit of their countries as opposed to the United States?
I am far from an expert on intelligence, but I can say that based on interactions I've had with my colleagues in professional organizations, we've heard we've been given a lot of information at universities regarding the potential threats of undue foreign influence and the best ways to protect the research enterprise. And the University of Florida is absolutely committed to protecting the research enterprise.
And I appreciate the work that you do. These issues are real. We need to accept that they're real. How we deal with them, we can disagree with. But the fact of the matter is we do have the best research universities in the world. And if we don't take these threats seriously, we won't end up having the best research universities in the world. I'm grateful for Florida leading the way as we usually do. Hopefully the other 49 states can follow and we can.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now I recognize the gentleman from California with great knowledge about Stanford, Mr. Dusaulnier.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Although I used to be a resident and had a restaurant in Palo Alto, I am now representing a district and have lived it for a long time in the East Bay, and spend a lot of time with the #1 public rated, consistently public university in the United States, the University of California, and have many of their employees and alumni in my district. And I also have 3 national labs in the area. So this is, in terms of what really happened, and I'm reminded after listening to comments just made that George Santayana's quote about, for those who forget history, they're condemned to repeat it. And I'm reminded in my area, I have a friend, multiple friends who were interned during the Japanese internment. One in particular who's in his 90s now and tells stories as a kid coming back and asking, where's Dad? And Dad had died at TB. I'm also reminded as a Californian of the Chinese Exclusionary Act. So we need to remember history, Mr. Chairman. And while I absolutely agree and have had conversations within the last 2 months at the National Laboratory of Berkeley about a lot of work they're doing on AI, remarkable work, but it's also reflected of the diversity in that institution and welcoming great minds irrespective of where they came from and their country of origin or are. So it's interesting just hearing this, that, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you feel the same way, that we want diversity, but we also want to protect these wonderful institutions that I work with, and having many friends at Stanford. And I'm sorry you had the experience, and I'd love to know more because they should have been more responsive, because it's not about ideology, it's about protecting these resources. And part of that protection is welcoming diversity. Ms. Emrey-Arras, I have first question is along these lines. The GAO has reported on a number of things. Access to federal student aid, very important, that you've done work on that reflects diversity and opportunity and merit. But let me start with the closing of 7 of 12 offices of Office of Civil Rights by the administration and the effect that might have on continuing to have people get into our universities who are the best and the brightest, irrespective of their country of origin.
We know from our work that they closed 7 offices for the Offices of Civil Rights, regional offices. Those were Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Chicago, Dallas, and San Francisco.
Right, San Francisco is ours.
We also know that they paid people not to work. They did that for many months, and those people were not able to process discrimination complaints during that time because they were prohibited from doing so.
And that cost, according to your report, was $38 million of lost revenue to taxpayers where people weren't allowed to work, and 90% of the complaints on civil rights were not addressed.
That's true, and I just want to clarify, I misspoke a moment ago when I said it was up to 35 million. It was higher, you are correct. It was up to 38 million.
Oh, I always love to correct somebody from OGR. It's a rare occasion. Let's talk about the Office of Federal Student Aid. So getting young students who don't have financial capacity to be able to get into these universities. Federal funding by this administration was cut by almost 50%, and you've done work on that as well. So could you speak to that and the ability to get talented people to be able to get into higher education, again, irrespective of their background.
Right. So the Office of Federal Student Aid, as its name says, manages everything with student aid. They manage federal grants, loans, work-study funds to support students attending over 5,000 colleges. And we know that between January and December of last year, they cut almost half of their staff, 46%.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to conclude, and I don't want to be responsive to the previous question, but being diligent about making sure we protect our institutions, I completely agree with, and have had conversations with people at the national labs and at our universities, including Stanford, about how we do that. But we have to be really mindful, and I know you are, Mr. Chairman, about prejudice and racism and how it affects real people and how it affects these institutions in a negative way. So I'll be happy to work with you to make sure that we do both of those things, protect espionage or foreign influence from people who are maybe, well, our adversaries, but also not do it in a way at people who, we remember our history, that unfortunately in our country we have sometimes scapegoated loyal Americans based on their ethnicity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. I appreciate your concern. Let me now recognize the gentleman from Utah, the vice chairman of this committee, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's no secret China's government is a real and potent rival to the United States. They're exploiting the openness of our higher education system by manipulating their citizens, influencing our institutions, and steal taxpayer-funded research that often has national security implications. In many cases, institutions and researchers may unknowingly and unwittingly help the CCP by not properly vetting foreign faculty and students that have ties to the Chinese government and military. However, there are some cases where colleges and researchers are willing to accept the foreign influence and risk national security as a price of doing business with the CCP. They do so in order to advance their research, their careers, or simply out of greed. For those who prioritize wealth, power, and fame by prioritizing our adversary, the Communist Chinese Party, over the health and welfare of our nation, there's one word for that. It's called traitors. They will eventually be discarded by the communist regime once they are no longer any value to them. But it's imperative that those of us who love our country and love the freedom that for our kids and our future, that we never forget who these traitors are. They need to be held legally accountable for the threat they pose to our nation, but they also need to ensure that they're never forgotten to history, as their names are read by our children alongside other traitors like Benedict Arnold in the 1950s Rosenbergs. It's time to make the word traitor fearful again. Dr. Grasso, first I want to thank you for your military service and leadership. I think for the small period of time that the University of Michigan has you for them, it should be a very good way of bringing us back to old school American loyalty. And I'm excited to see what you can do in the time you're there. In July 2025, the Department of Education opened a Section 117 compliance investigation into the University of Michigan. That investigation found that just in the last 5 years, $86 million of the university's foreign gifts and contracts reports were submitted late. This total equals 20% of the university's gifts and contracts over that lifetime. Many reports are also mislabeled. Section 117 has been in law for over 30 years. Can you explain how such a high amount of foreign funds were not reported correctly?
Thank you, Congressman. We are also concerned that we were not reporting our funding as required and as appropriate. And we've improved our procedures and protocols, and now we're catching things that we were not reporting. And I think we're getting very close to being caught up. At the same time, the Department of Education was changing their protocols as well. So we were trying to keep up with what they were doing, and we've improved our protocols. So we're caught up. I do want to point out, though, I know that there's a lot of concern about China, but in terms of our foreign funding, China falls into 6th place at our university in terms of funding anything on our campus. So we have countries ahead of China are Switzerland, Japan, the UK, Germany, and Saudi Arabia. So those countries fall in front of China. We only have $86 million that we reported through Section 117 of close to $1 billion.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Farley, you emphasize a top-down approach to research security involving deans and department chairs. How critical is leadership engagement in establishing a campus culture of research security compliance?
We have found it to be very critical to the success of our program at the University of Florida. At each point that we have implemented a new aspect of the research security program, my office, in partnership with other offices, engaged with deans, chairs, and other leaders across campus to explain the program, its requirements, and the importance of complying with state and federal regulations. We have found that this has helped make sure that employees, faculty, and staff across the institution understand those rules and have the information they need to thoroughly comply.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, Stanford has an Office of the Vice Provost for Institutional Equity, Access, and Community. The website's office official website says, committed to ensuring that Stanford's community members safely thrive in an environment free of violence and harassment. Did this DEI of office help in your process of going, as you were getting harassed and intimidated by foreign nationals?
No, they didn't help me.
Did you hear from this DEI office at all during this period of time?
No.
Okay. I want to say this. First of all, we're so proud to hear from young people like yourself. I want to say I'm sure your parents are very proud to see what you're standing for. And this is what old school American loyalty and courage looks like. So it gives us a lot of excitement about seeing the future of our country. We see young people like yourself standing where you are. So thank you so much for that. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all of you for being here. While the majority focuses today on today's hearing on foreign influence, the most immediate threat to the students and families that I represent in Arizona's 7th Congressional District is Trump's administration's systemic dismantling of the Department of Education. Through the big, horrible bill and reckless reductions in force, this administration has made pursuing higher education less affordable, less accessible, and far more chaotic for millions of Americans. We should be focused on ensuring everyone can access a quality degree rather than chasing overblown concerns and conspiracy theories that often fuel xenophobic rhetoric on our campuses and target international students and students of color. So as of December 2025, there are 7.7 million borrowers with defaulted federal loans. As this administration continues to make life harder for low and middle income families, it is critical to provide high quality, robust support for defaulted borrowers. So I was extremely upset to see that the department's recent announcement to move the servicing of defaulted loans to the Treasury Department as a first step to dismantle the Office of Federal Student Aid, which I know will have an effect on many of my constituents in Arizona's 7th Congressional District. Ms. Emrey-Arras, are you able to speak to any insight you have on how the department typically supports defaulted borrowers?
I can say that typically what happens is a borrower is put into default when they have not made a payment in more than 270 days. And the risks at that point are significant. They lose access to additional federal student aid. They can be reported to credit agencies, which can affect their ability to get a job, get an apartment, get a car, and also they are subject to collections. This is a very serious step. Their wages can be garnished, their tax refunds can be offset. There are procedures that they can take to rehabilitate their loans and come out of default, but they do need guidance on how to do that.
Yeah. When working on your recent report regarding FSA, was GAO made aware that the department was planning to transfer full responsibility of the default portfolio and other student aid programs to the Treasury Department?
No.
I'm deeply concerned about further dismantling of the department through this reckless move. Mr. Chairman, I would also like to enter into the record an article titled "Treasury Department Struggles to Collect Defaulted Student Loans."
Without objection, it'll be entered.
Thank you. Since early 2025, the Trump administration has been laser focused on dismantling the Department of Education, one program at a time. Despite the department's continued claims that no employees working on core functions of the FAFSA or student loan servicing were impacted by the RIF, and that the RIFs will not directly impact students and families. GAO found that there has, in fact, been significant changes to the FSA staffing. Ms. Emrey-Arras, how have the staffing levels changed at FSA since the start of 2025?
They dropped by 656 employees.
And do you have any idea what that percentage is?
Almost half, 46%.
That's pretty significant. And so the claims that student loan servicing were not impacted by the RIF is clearly inaccurate. I appreciate your time and your answers. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of you on the panel here today. And I've enjoyed reading your testimonies as well as hearing you this morning. President Grasso, this committee found that nearly 24 universities across the country had specialized joint research partnerships with China involving sensitive military technology. Now, I'm concerned by the lack of caution our schools have when partnering with our greatest foreign adversaries, such as the Chinese Communist Party. I guess my question for you is, what harm does the take money first, ask questions later approach have for our students and our national security, in your opinion?
Congressman, I agree with you on concerns about sensitive military data. We do not have any policy that resembles take money first and ask questions later. We are very committed to our national security, and I, as a former military officer, am very concerned if there's any risk to sharing sensitive military data. And I can assure you, we are committed to protecting our research from our adversaries.
Just as a follow-up to that, because we can't, as you know, accept conflicts of interest when it comes to defense research. So what actions would you take if you learned that a Chinese national working at the University of Michigan as a J-1 visa researcher was in fact simultaneously working at a PRC university or company that engaged in defense work related to China?
Congressman, I hesitate to engage in speculation. However, if we had an individual that was working for an institution in China and did not disclose it, we would terminate that individual for deliberately violating our policies of disclosure. So that's what we would do.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. As you noted in your testimony, right before your tenure, the University of Michigan did terminate a partnership with a Chinese university that helped improve China's development of nuclear weapons. I think that was a great move, and I certainly hope that that sort of common sense will continue to prevail. I had the privilege of introducing the No Contracts with Foreign Adversaries Act, which passed the House as part of the Deterrent Act. And this bill would begin to tackle this problem at the collegiate level by requiring institutions to disclose contracts with China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran, rather than enter into these partnerships unscrutinized. So I appreciate your answers. Ms. Farley, real quickly, your testimony mentioned President Trump's 2021 National Security Presidential Memorandum 33 and Florida's simultaneous efforts to crack down on foreign influence in these public universities. Can you tell us a little bit about how did the University of Florida implement the president's memo, more specifically, and how has that implementation, you believe, improved research security?
Yes, absolutely. So NSPM 33, when it was passed, was the first of many steps that we saw among our federal partners to regulate and the research security space. The Office of Science, Technology, and Policy was then directed to regulate federal agencies, and federal agencies provide guidance to us. Those clear expectations from our federal agencies related to research security have been very helpful to us. Anytime the federal granting agencies are able to harmonize those regulations, it provides clear and consistent guidance to universities such as the University of Florida so that we can ensure that we are being good stewards of the federal research enterprise.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, real quickly, in about 40 seconds, some may argue that discussing the topic, this topic could hurt international students by stereotyping people based on race or ethnicity. But on the other hand, can you share how malign foreign influences affects international students, such as Chinese students, who are being targeted by their own government?
Yeah, I have spoke to a lot of people at Stanford about how the Chinese Communist Party exerts control over its own people. They have a national security law from 2017 that requires a Chinese citizen, no matter where they are in the world, to report back information if requested. And their families are often threatened if they don't cooperate. So these are the kinds of threats we're looking at, and it's really heartbreaking.
Well, thank you so much for your courage. As my colleague mentioned earlier, we appreciate your willingness to stand. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, originally from Michigan too, right?
Parents were from the great state of Michigan.
That's what counts. That's the DNA.
There we are. There we are. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing on such an important subject. Mr. Grasso, who owns the University of Michigan?
I believe legally it's the regents that are responsible.
And who do they work for?
They work for the people of Michigan.
The people of Michigan. So that's the people of Michigan, and there's quite a few taxpayer dollars from the federal government as well, too.
Indeed.
Yeah, so it's a public university. What do you think is the public's expectations on transparency when federal funds come to a university like yours? Excuse me, not federal funds, foreign funds come to for a university like yours.
I think that we attempt to be transparent in all our transactions, Congressman.
And you think the public would like that? You think the public wants to know about every dollar that goes, every foreign dollar that goes to the University of Michigan? You think the public would like to know about every foreign dollar that goes to the University of Michigan?
I hesitate to speak for the entire public, but I presume that there is a group, a subgroup of the public that would be very interested in that.
And is there any foreign funding that goes to the University of Michigan that you believe should not be disclosed?
Foreign funding, I cannot think of foreign funding unless perhaps we are working with perhaps a pharmaceutical company in Switzerland by way of an example where they are developing proprietary pharmaceuticals.
Well, let's talk about foreign government funding. Is there any foreign government funding that goes to the University of Michigan that you would think should not be disclosed?
I can't think of any, Congressman, at the moment.
So we had a bill called the Deterrent Act, which lowers the thresholds for reporting on foreign funding from a current threshold of $250,000 down to $0 for four key potential foreign adversaries: China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and $50,000 for everybody else. That bill is passed out of the House. Do you have any problem with the University of Michigan just implementing that bill on its own?
Congressman, I personally have not looked at that bill, and I would.
But we just said that you think every foreign government dollar that goes to your campus, the public has an interest in full disclosure of those public dollars, the same public that owns your university?
I appreciate that, but I would like to discuss that with my team back in Ann Arbor before I rendered an opinion on that.
Did you use outside counsel to prepare for the hearing today?
Yes.
You did. What did you pay for the outside counsel for
not know.
You don't know. You believe in transparency in your public university by your taxpayers, but you don't know how much you paid for the outside counsel that helped you prepare today.
No, I don't.
Well, they should have prepared you for the question about what is the threshold of foreign government dollars that came to your university, because your public that you work for has a real interest on that subject. Ms. Johnson, when you graduated from high school, did you expect to be targeted by Chinese spies on the University of Stanford campus?
No, never.
So what was your first reaction when you heard that this was happening?
I was really surprised. I grew up learning a lot about China. This was something that I was never really aware of. And I was surprised that it was happening to me because at the time, I was just a freshman research assistant studying China. And I was surprised that I would be someone worth targeting.
And how did Stanford respond? Did they illustrate due concern? I mean, did they respond the way that you think your parents would have wanted them to respond?
I was definitely disappointed by their response. It was kind of dismissive. They just said, we're looking into this, and nothing ever came of it.
So at the same time that universities are spending millions of dollars on left-wing, woke, DEI, political nonsense, they have a student being targeted by Chinese spies on their campus, and rather having an immediate, appropriate response, they were hesitant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Johnson, I think you're a rock star. I think you have a very bright future in front of you. I think you're the kind of graduate from America's high schools that every patriotic parent in America aspires to have, and I'm sure that you have many potential job offers in national security moving forward, but me and my office would certainly be interested to talk to you at some point. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I yield back.
I thank the author of the Deterrent Act, and thanks for showing how you can acquire new staff members. And now I am pleased to recognize the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Johnson, consider Guam as well. Thank you. Our American colleges and universities, we lead the way, right? We're premier institutions. Our students, and because of this, students from around the world, they compete to come to them. And our colleges and universities, because we lead the way, we play an important role in research, experimentation, and innovation. And we're credited with inventing great things: electronic computer, military infrared night vision, next-rad radar, countless medical innovations, and even chicken nuggets. Credited to Dr. Robert Baker from Cornell University in 1963. So we got to be vigilant and watch out for our foreign espionage and IP theft. And it's well documented that students and faculty's espionage does occur. And our American intellectual property ends up in the hands of foreign adversaries. And Congress take common sense action to increase transparency and safeguard our nation's security. Ms. Johnson, you were the target of a suspected CCP agent, and students can some of our most are threatened by this and pressured by bad actors, as you've been explaining. You also called for a reporting mechanism for students and putting in proper guide rails and victims, but yet victims remain silent. They don't feel comfortable in reporting. What do you think we can do to help that so they don't feel uncomfortable reporting in these incidents and still addressing these serious security threats, please?
I think we need to make sure that whatever reporting mechanism we use is secure and anonymous if needed. I think a lot of students fear that maybe if they report something, it will get back to them and they could get in trouble. And I also think we just need to have a lot more dialogue about transnational repression and how it's affecting students. I think right now it's sort of not discussed, and I think if we can bring these things into the light, people will feel a lot more comfortable talking about it.
Thank you very much for what you do and your courage. I appreciate you very much. Mr. President Garson, in your testimony, you mentioned that there's been a handful of incidents that occurred without the university's knowledge and despite comprehensive security and compliance programs. How can the federal government better support colleges and universities to identify these threats and close awareness gaps?
Congressman, thank you. We work closely with our federal partners, and the more closely we can work with them on knowledge that they have about individuals that could pose a threat, that would be very helpful to us. But we implement many federal requirements in terms of training and research controls, and export and research security has been and will always be fundamental to our mission. So we want to work as closely as possible with our federal partners.
Appreciate that. Mrs. Farley, Ms. Farley, in your position, You got to ensure compliance every day. It's tough. You also mentioned that your testimony and reporting requirements for cumulative gifts of $50,000 or more per fiscal year being reported by the university. So to be clear, not all large gifts are a risk for national security, but I also want to point out that the bad actors are good at getting around reporting requirements and can go under the radar. So how does UF ensure that it's not missing reporting requirements if bad actors are masking gifts?
At the University of Florida, our institution reviews all agreements regardless of funding level, so not just those that reach a certain dollar threshold. We review all gifts, contracts, and other agreements at a certain funding level. And in addition to the reporting you have mentioned, the institution is also required to report yearly any collaborations or agreements with entities in foreign countries of concern. So we have multiple levels of review and oversight.
Just as a follow-up, how can Congress support colleges and universities in identifying bad actors who are trying to circumvent reporting requirements and gifts and might put at a security risk, please?
While I can only speak for the University of Florida, what I can say is that the recent efforts of various federal agencies to provide information and resources through such activities as the NSF Secure Center, through the DoD's 1286 list, those types of resources have been very helpful to the University of Florida in identifying different entities of which we should be concerned.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Now I'm pleased to recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Chairman Emeritus Fox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I do have some questions, but I want to start out by thanking Joe Wilson again for many years ago ringing the alarm on this issue, and specifically about Confucius Institutes. I'm not sure Joe has ever gotten the credit that he deserves for that. President, and I thank our witnesses for being here. President Grasso, I understand the University of Michigan had a joint institute partnership with Shanghai Jiao Tong University for over 2 decades. After a congressional letter from the Select Committee on the CCP pointing out the serious military research done by Jiao Tong, I understand this partnership was ended in January of last year. Is that correct?
Yes, Congresswoman.
So can you confirm there are no longer student or faculty exchanges with this university?
Congresswoman, we do not have a formal relationship with that university. We ended it, as you mentioned, and it was never a research partnership. It was just an educational partnership where students would study in one institution or the other. So we do have a relationships where our students can do study abroad there, just like any students from any universities. It's not a specific program with our university.
So what steps has the University of Michigan taken continually to evaluate its foreign relationships so it doesn't take a congressional letter for the university to end problematic relationships?
We have an office for international relationships and an associate provost that works in this area, and we've been talking with her about making sure that our relationships do not threaten national security.
Thank you. Again, President Grasso, current law deems adversarial countries like China and Russia as countries of concern. Current law also labels certain entities, quote, foreign entities of concern, end quote, which includes entities controlled by countries of concern, terrorist organizations, and entities on specific national security lists. Do you believe the University of Michigan should have close relationships with such countries and entities despite these labels in law?
Congresswoman, are you asking specifically, should we eliminate all relationships with the countries of concern, or?
I'm just asking, do you think you should have those?
I think that we evaluate all of our relationships to make sure that they do not threaten national security.
Okay. And are you committing to the University of Michigan proactively refusing to accept monetary funds from such entities and countries?
We will not accept monetary funds that put any of our national security at risk, Congresswoman.
Thank you. Ms. Farley, you talk about how the University of Florida has a policy not to enter into contracts, agreements, or activities with entities on the U.S. government watch list. How do you think this institutional decision boosts research security, and do you think other institutions should follow suit?
I can only speak for the University of Florida, but we have had a long-standing policy, as you've referenced, not to enter into any agreement of any kind with a restricted entity. And we have found that policy to be helpful because it provides clarity to our researchers and other employees about our standards as to who they can and cannot interact with.
Well, it sounds to me like that would be a good model for other schools to follow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, or is it Missouri? Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Walberg, for holding this important oversight hearing. This year, we're preparing for America's 250th anniversary, but this is also the 25th anniversary of the tragic anthrax attacks in Washington, D.C. and New York, which elevated the danger of bioweapons to national attention. We've made significant strides in biodefense since those attacks, but according to recent reports, we're facing a growing threat. China has renewed its pursuit of anthrax countermeasures and has expanded its anthrax bioweapons capabilities. This is concerning because these new countermeasures are almost certainly being developed to protect Chinese warfighters and enable the offensive use of anthrax bioweapons. What's particularly concerning is that the PRC companies producing these anthrax capabilities are still affiliated with PRC government entities, including the Academy of Military Medical Sciences and state key laboratories, a doctrinal part of the PRC's governance. One example is China Biologics Products Holding, CBPH, whose anthrax-affiliated subsidiary underwent a 192-acre expansion through a multi-billion-dollar investment to enable more countermeasure production capability, and whose base performance just received PRC regulatory approval. Despite the danger of anthrax biological weapons, and amid concerns about antitoxin shortfalls in the U.S. Strategic National Stockpile, American universities have been complicit in driving investments into hedge funds that are funded and enabled these Chinese anthrax facility expansions. One example is Hillhouse, a leading investor in the privatization of CPBH, whose family of funds invested over $300 million. Universities have invested their endowments into various Hillhouse funds. Stanford reportedly invested $200 million into Hillhouse funds. Yale reported earning over $2 billion from Hillhouse funds. Princeton, MIT, the University of Pennsylvania, and the University of Texas system are also Hillhouse investors. It's not just anthrax. Hillhouse investments are also connected to China's Uyghur genocide. Dr. Grasso, Michigan is also implicated here. The University of Michigan invested $1.6 billion across 83 investments into China. 2 current Michigan faculty have co-authored papers with faculty at State Key Laboratory of Toxicology and Medical Countermeasures and the Academy of Military Sciences, some of the very same PRC institutions developing anthrax programs. And as Chairman Walberg highlighted last year, Michigan researchers were recently arrested for trying to smuggle biologic materials into Michigan laboratories. Can you confirm that Michigan has backed off from investing in funds linked to PRC's anthrax facilities, including Hillhouse and Centurium Capital?
Congressman, I am not familiar with the specifics of the investments of our endowment. I can take that question back and look into that, but I assure you that if we had concerns that our investments were being used for this type of development, we would take appropriate measures.
Is Michigan conducting diligence on where PRC investments are going? And do you believe Michigan would commit to divest of PRC-linked funds?
Those decisions are made by our Board of Regents, Congressman, and I will look into whether we do have any investments in PRC entities.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman for Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Emrey-Arras, you answered a question a little earlier, failed to answer, because I understand that's because you hadn't researched the question, and you would give an answer if it was a question that you had been asked by Congress to research, you could give the answer. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, we've asked you to look at the dismantling of the Department of Education. Have you experienced access issues and delays in working with the Department of Education?
We have, sir. I can provide specifics. On the study that we had looking at the reductions in the Office of Federal Student Aid, we faced significant delays in obtaining just basic data. For example, we wanted data on the number of reductions in staff, right? It's a job about looking at those staff reductions. We wanted to know the number of staff that had been reduced over the course of the year. And we asked for that information at various points. It took us 8 months, sir, to receive that basic data. 8 months to find out how many staff had been reduced at the Office of Federal Student Aid. In addition, we faced significant delays in scheduling critical meetings.
Thank you. Now, we've heard about the transfer of defaulted student loans from education to Treasury. You already mentioned the fact that the overseeing the servicers is already a problem. That'll obviously be exacerbated if you go over to Treasury. But let me just ask you a question. Is it possible that some students in default may actually be entitled to a total discharge of the loan?
We could look into that and circle back with you, sir.
I mean, if somebody's been teaching for 12 years and just didn't know about the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, they would be entitled to a discharge, and people in education might know that, but do you think the people in Treasury would know?
I wouldn't be able to comment on that, sir. Thank you.
Okay. What did you say about the, Ms. Harris, what did you say about the number of racial discrimination cases brought by the Office of Civil Rights?
During the time period that we looked at from March through September of 25, the office received more than 9,000 complaints of alleged discrimination, and they opened additional cases. However, they resolved 7,000 complaints, and 90% of those resolutions were dismissals.
How many of those were racial discrimination? Do you know?
We don't know.
Okay. President Grasso, you mentioned the value of an internationally diverse research body. What happens if you can't recruit the best and the brightest from across the world? What happens to your competitiveness?
Congressman, if we are limited in our ability to recruit the best and the brightest, our potential will be diminished.
We've heard a lot about the sensitivity of some of the research. Do your students get security clearances?
Our students would only get security clearances if it was required to do work for their research.
On a specific project?
On a specific project.
And so if there's no national defense classification or particular intellectual property rights, students talk about what they do during the day. Why would they be prohibited from talking about some of the research that they're doing?
Congressman, even if it's not restricted in terms of national security defense, it could be commercial reasons that we would ask our students to maintain confidentiality.
But that would be on a case-by-case basis? They would know on that? And so is the research that is in fact sensitive conducted under different conditions than other research?
It would be a case-by-case basis, Congressman.
Ms. Johnson, you indicated a harassment and bullying by the foreign source, foreign agent, and the university did not have a process to respond. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Shouldn't the university have a process to respond for that kind of victimization, regardless of the source of the problem?
When I was told by the FBI that I'm being transnationally repressed, the FBI told me that they also contacted campus authorities and administration, and no one contacted me.
But whatever the source, they should have just, I don't think there's anything special about the international intrigue about the thing. If you've been victimized like that, they should have had a response, period. Yeah.
The gentleman yields. Seeing no other members wishing to be recognized, I would now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Scott from Virginia, for his closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we've, on this side, pointed out a lot of problems in higher education. We've had many hearings on this, apparently one problem. We've passed legislation last year to deal with it. People have gone to jail, so I'm not sure that anything wrong with the system as it is, but there are serious problems, particularly in the student loan area, where the student loan and the impact of the big ugly bill, where there are limitations on the ability, particularly going to medical school, that need to be dealt with, and we're not dealing with them. We've moving student loans to Treasury will just make things worse. We haven't had any hearings on that, and I would hope we'd focus on things that the students are actually dealing with, rather than continually having hearings on the same subject, meeting after meeting. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I certainly recognize the sincerity of your concerns. I would address the fact that today I thank you to the panel for being here. This, at the very least, I would hope could be seen by my colleagues on both sides of the aisle as a hearing looking at outcomes of what we have sincerely attempted to do in dealing with a significant security, research, taxpayer, dollar usage, funding problem, international problem that we took significant action on with the Deterrent Act. I think it's always good to evaluate. And I look forward to evaluating the impact of the IAAs, all of them, including the exciting impact of what we've done with FAFSA, making it work, finally, after years of not working and not even being in place to work. I think the minority should expect that they will have an opportunity, as always, to question right up to including the Secretary of Education. And I'm looking forward to that myself. Today was, I think, an example that we have educational entities that have had challenges in the past that we were concerned with. And now today we see that they've taken significant action. Nothing will be perfect. The other side, the enemy, I think we could call it, just has to be right once. University of Michigan, champions and the best, have to be right every time. And we applaud the efforts of Florida. We applaud the efforts there, and I think it was good to see institutions that are using the means necessary to deal with a significant and sincere problem. Thank you. Stanford, I hope, was watching and listening to what was said today by a student, a journalist, committed to getting information and getting it out, and the negative impact that she and others like her most likely have on that campus, and that shouldn't be the case. We would hope that Stanford would see that there's a reason to respond aggressively, at the very least, to make sure that an alumna of the institution goes away with the desire to send others in the future back to that institution. I would think that would be something that we'd want to see with students that go to our campuses. So I think today was certainly a good evaluative hearing, not simply saying we did it with the Deterrent Act. We had a couple of hearings on it leading up to the Deterrent Act, and now, que sera, and as my colleague said, pixie dust. I can't even remember all that he said there. So anyway, that's what it was, and so I thank you for this information. And I hope there are other institutions all around this country that see we're serious about that, and that they don't want to be brought up in front of this panel to be shown as missing the mark in doing what's appropriate, being world-class institutions, doing the research that's necessary to keep us moving forward, using a diverse population of people with the intellect, the desires, and the passions necessary to find, but always for the best benefit of the United States. I don't think that's wrong. I hesitate to move to the alternate hearing that we had today, because it was an alternate hearing. But we've dealt with that. We've dealt with a higher cost of education by trying to put a downward pressure on the high cost of education through the one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. We put caps in place. We also did something to counteract what was done to exacerbate the problem of student loan debt by the past administration that basically said, if you wait out long enough, you won't have to pay it back. Oh, the taxpayer will. That's not satisfactory for me. And the majority didn't think it was satisfactory as well. We'll evaluate that too. We also put in means by which these individuals who are out of compliance can get back into compliance. Will it take some effort? Oh, you bet it will. Paying my mortgage off took some effort. Paying any loans that I had off, that I had in the past, took some effort and commitment. And I think that's what we have done with our proposal. Will it work? Mr. Scott, you and I will have the opportunity to ask some of those questions. And I think you're right to ask for it, and I'm right to want to have that when we have the opportunity. But today, I appreciate the discussion we had. I appreciate the answers that were given, the sincerity, and even some that couldn't be given, promise to get the information further. I'd like to thank our witnesses again, and without objection, there being no further business, the committee stands adjourned.
Where we're living in a parallel universe. We're upside downtown. The Democrats literally just bent over a barrel and got absolutely smoked through every bit of this funding deal. And somehow we're being told that the Democrats are this ultimate deal-making apparatus. They got everything they wanted while getting nothing. They achieved absolutely nothing. They have no policy achievements whatsoever. Everything stays exactly the same, just like it's been the entire time. And we're supposed to believe that they just completely manipulated everything. Y'all, I'm going to tell you what's really going on with this. It'll all be linked in the description box below, but you're not crazy. And I'm going to prove it right now. Everything will be linked in the description box below. Guys, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn the notification bell on. Sometimes it feels like being on an island, and I would love your support. And thank you guys so much for spreading this stuff out and being a part of this, because I swear the whole world has gone crazy. Okay, here you go. This is what I'm talking about. And you can follow me on X at Braden LOA if you would like. The big scuttlebutt, the big outrage, the big moment today is that late in the dark of night, the Republicans acquiesced to the Democrats, and Democrats won through standing stalwart against Donald Trump and his Nazi fascistic regime by funding every single organization that they funded except ICE and CBP, and they did not get a single policy. Wait, what? They didn't get a single dang thing at all. And ICE and CBP is already funded through a completely separate bill. What are we doing? Not us, Republicans. What in the whole collective space online are we doing? This is obviously the Democrats just completely running for political cover from their far left wokies. Watch this. This is Chuck Schumer. I'm going to show you even CNN saying this is stupid. Bear with me. Watch this whole video. After weeks of negotiations, Republicans caved to our demands to fund DHS without a blank check for ICE and CBP, Border Patrol. Here's the full statement, and I want you to listen to the full statement. Listen intently. This is the Republicans caving and the Democrats getting everything that they want. Allow me to read from the majority leader of the Democrats in the Senate. This is the win, okay? This long overdue agreement funds TSA, the Coast Guard, FEMA, CISA, strengthens security at the border and ports of entry, and keeps Americans safe. This could have been accomplished weeks ago if Republicans hadn't stood in the way. Okay. Democrats held firm in our opposition to Donald Trump's rogue and deadly militia should not get more funding without serious reforms. And we'll continue to fight for those reforms. Wait a minute. Flag on the play. I seriously need to get some flags. You stood firm to get your policy changes, but you're going to keep fighting on for them because you didn't get them. That's a win. That's standing firm, and you just dominated everyone's faces. They're literally saying it in their press releases. Don't worry, I got more. I'm very proud of the Democratic caucus. Through it all, Senate Democrats stood united. No wavering, no backing down. We held the line. They literally said, I require masks on ICE agents. I require warrants from ICE agent activities to go into homes. I require all these different things. They got none of them. What are you talking about? Stand firm and stood united. You stood united in getting worked. ICE and CBP were already funded through the One Big Beautiful Bill, which I've shown multiple times. This is literally a complete and total cover for the woke not to go after the Democrats. And by the way, they're still gonna when they figure it out. And I'll be here to cover it. Watch, guys, you can't make this stuff up. And here we go, watch this. I swear we're not in crazy world. Well, we are in crazy world, but you're not crazy. Senator Patty Murray, another Democrat. Republicans have relented to Democratic demands to fund the rest of DHS besides ICE and Border Patrol. No more holding TSA hostage. No blank check for ICE and Border Patrol. We need real reforms and accountability. I'll keep fighting for exactly that. So you didn't get any of the reforms you wanted. You understand, you out there in America, you're not crazy. The Democrats literally said we're not funding the other agencies until we get the reforms for ICE. We want the reforms for ICE. Then unanimously, they all agreed, hey, you know what? ICE and Border Patrol already have all their funding through the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I'm going to show you that in 1 second again to reinforce the point. So why don't we do this little game where you don't get in trouble by your far left wokies? You can hide behind the idea that you stuck it to the Republicans. You're going to get none of your policy requirements. You're going to stop none of the funding because the funding is in an unrelated package that's already law, but you get to say that you didn't fund ICE even though they're already funded. And then, by the way, a little cherry on top, they're going to fund ICE and Border Patrol through reconciliation later. Watch. Guys, It's wild watching these people think that this works. Here's another Democrat. Just leaving the Capitol now at 3 a.m. as I wanted to be on the Senate floor through final passage of the vote to end the shutdown. As we promised, there was no funding for ICE without the reforms America's demanded. You didn't get any reforms. The funding's already for ICE. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, it's time. Let's jump over to CNN's announcement of this exact same thing last night in a little short. Watch this. You just tell me when it starts to make sense about this amazing Democrat victory.
Overnight session, the Senate unanimously moved to fund most of the Department of Homeland Security, except for ICE and parts of Customs and Border Protection. After a more than 40-day standoff, the bill now moves to the House, where the clock begins to tick. Congress set to go on a 2-week recess today. The deal gives Senate Democrats some of what they were pushing for, but does not include the reforms they demanded, like barring ICE agents from wearing masks and requiring judicial warrants to enter homes. Senate Republicans are now expected to try to pass the ICE funding later through reconciliation, which, by the way, would allow them to approve it with just a simple majority. The move by the Senate came hours after President Trump said he would sign an order to immediately pay TSA workers, but that likely would not cut down those wait times right away.
Y'all, they literally were looking for an off-ramp this whole time. You had Democrats who were losing perception that they were holding down the Department of Homeland Security while terrorist attacks were happening. Women were being murdered in Illinois and Chicago. Sanctuary cities were going across the board. You had shootings in Virginia against JORTC students. I mean, it was not going well. Donald Trump comes in and says, I'm going to do an executive order to pay the TSA agents. And wouldn't you know it, 3 hours later, oh my God, we made a deal. It's amazing. Even CNN goes, yeah, they didn't get any policy at all. Even a modicum. They didn't get one single thing. And the Republicans are just going to pass the ICE and CBP funding through a different bill in a reconciliation package, which only requires 50 plus 1, which they have 53. And the ICE agents and Border Patrol were already funded the whole time. Why are we freaking out? I mean, honestly, if you look online right now on this whole thing, you have the Democrats lying and making up this whole, we had this incredible victory when they achieved nothing, like literally nothing. And then you've got a lot of people on the right side saying how there's a tremendous loss and the Republicans caved and acquiesced. No, that is not correct. That is not correct at all. The only way that you find a problem with what's going on in this scenario on the overall outcome is if you just wanted a tribalism, pound them into the ground. They never win anything, which is extremely rare in politics. I mean, objectively, policy, funding, reality, none of it had anything to do with any type of win for the Democrats. They've been doing deportations and ICE pushes the whole time. I mean, it is wild. Anyway, let me show you this. Here's some more stuff. Here's an article from CNN. You already know this part. I kind of want to do something else right here. Although the bill passed by the Senate doesn't include funding for ICE and Border Patrol, Republicans had already made provisions to fund those agencies as part of their massive domestic policy package last year. The good news is we anticipated this a year ago, said Thune. I mean, one of the reasons we preloaded up on the one big beautiful bill with advanced funding for Homeland Security was because we anticipated this was likely going to happen, and it did. They've got all the funding they need. They've got $78 billion in a bill that's already law. Okay, let's watch even more of it. I swear we're not crazy. You're not crazy. Everyone else is just often like la la land sometimes. Thune argued that while Democrats had initially said they would fund everything but ICE and CBP, Democrats have now lost the opportunity to leverage changes to ICE protocols and tactics. I think it's unfortunate, he said. The Dems wanted reforms. We tried to work with them on reforms. They ended up getting no reforms. But, we're going to have to fight some of those battles another day through a reconciliation package, which is exactly what they're going to do. Bottom line, guys, you are actively watching the Democrats attempt to make this and spin this into a political victory so they don't get any more flack from the far left. The far left is going to figure this out in short order. I fully expect to do a video with the left losing their minds at Chuck Schumer. And it's just going to be another reason, just like the first shutdown. And then Republicans are going to get everything that they want. ICE has been funded the entire time. CBP has been funded the entire time. All the other agencies are funded as well. Literally, there's no way that the Democrats win in any way on this at all. I swear, sometimes some people's children. But you guys know what's up. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm Braden. Later.
Has one of these devices.
I agree with you that generally our colleagues have an aversion to passing bills, to voting for bills passed in the dark of the night or the dead of the night, as you said. And I appreciate very much your giving us that little reminder about how Mr. Schumer and others went back on their word when we were negotiating the full appropriations bills. And we were all ready to fund all of Homeland Security. I also find it a little interesting that Ranking Member DeLauro now is saying the ICE agents should be back out in the field when
They're being
the
paid for
Democrats
it.
have been screaming about taking them out of the field. But
Nobody
would you explain how the Senate amendment defunds immigration and custom enforcement and custom and border patrol? Because I think that has not been as clear to the American people as it should be.
Let me begin, Madam Chair, if I may, just by reading a portion of Section 4 of the explanatory statement about the bill. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. That I think sums it up pretty well, and this is what the author's intent was in the bill. The contents printed under the heading United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Security Operations under the heading U.S. Customs and Border Protection shall have no force or effect for purposes of this act, and amounts specified in the final bill column under the subheading Border Security Operations, under the heading U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and under the heading U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the Department of Homeland Security Act of 2026 table shall be $0. $0. Now, what does that mean? We're hearing that these other agencies have been funded. Parts of them have been funded. Additional technology, finishing the wall, but the day-to-day operations aren't funded in those bills. So this moves you to $0. The other thing I would say about the legislation, if it's a great piece of legislation, nobody in the United States Senate read it. They were writing it at midnight last night. There were 5 senators on the floor when they passed by unanimous consent. No, I will bet you over 90 senators have not read this bill. Over 90. And I will bet you their staff have not had a chance because most of them were at home in bed where they should have been as well. And then it's kicked over here in the dead of night with no discussion with anybody on our side of the chamber, maybe in either party. I could only speak for my own. I could certainly assure you there was none. I can tell you, because I talked to a number of senators, that they were unaware of this themselves. So that's no way to legislate. Again, we had an agreement with the Senate. It was an agreement they agreed to. We agreed to the language. It was compromise language. They didn't get everything we wanted. We didn't get everything we wanted, but it was language they agreed to. They told us the form they wanted it in and said, if it comes in that form, we will pass it. And that's what they got. And then they broke their word. We've offered them 3 opportunities now to go back and do what they said they were going to do. What we got back was something I would not vote for, something, to tell you the truth, that said I was going to give 0 money for border security and homeland security. 0. On the idea that maybe it's funded, some of it is, some of it isn't. We do have the executive branch trying to do the right thing. But this is preeminently a legislative matter. We should just do our job, keep our agreements, and pass it. And we have the opportunity to do that. The Senate bill doesn't do that, at all. And, frankly, anybody that thinks it got any serious consideration in the United States Senate, I would like to tell me, where was the committee hearing on the bill or the amendment? Where was the discussion? Tell me the senators that were awake at 2 and 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, that's not what happened. And that's no way to legislate for the greatest power on the planet and the oldest democracy in existence. It's a mockery of the legislative process. And frankly, it's not something anybody should be comfortable voting for.
Thank you very much. From a great historian, thank you for explaining the process. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Mr. Cole, do you know when we're going to vote on this on the floor?
I do not. I would assume as quickly as possible, but I don't have any specific information.
Did you do a hearing on this, CR? Was there a hearing on this bill that you just?
No, there was not.
Okay, yeah. And,
because I don't think you need a hearing when you're saying we're going to
I
just continue exactly what's
But
happening.
what the Senate did basically is what we've been doing on and on and on and on with Mr. Loro's amendment that basically funds all lawful agencies within the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, it's been around for a long time. It's not a new phenomenon. So I just wanted to know that. And this idea that we don't like bills that are passed in the middle of the night. I just remind all my colleagues that I think I remember correctly, the big ugly bill was passed at a time when it was prime time in Guam, but nobody seemed to have any problem with that whole effort. But Mr. Loro, I wasn't very good in arithmetic, but I just want to clarify for the record, when Chairman Cole keeps on talking about, and Chairman Fox about defunding ICE, I mean, am I right? Was money funded for ICE in the big ugly bill?
My gosh, you got $75 billion for ICE, $65 billion for CBP, and no one has suggested the legislation. The piece that I introduced said, let's continue the negotiations with ICE and CBP. But that is within the appropriations portion of the bill, that in fact, we would not provide the money until there was the overhaul, but let's fund everyone else. They have the money and they have a $10 billion slush fund. A $10 billion slush fund, which they can use in any way they want to.
And in the Senate bill, is there a provision that clawbacks the ICE and CBP money that was in the big ugly bill?
No. No, the money is there.
So again, just basic arithmetic, this has not been defunded. So I'm having trouble following that argument. And Mr. Loro, Chairman Cole keeps on talking about the deal that Schumer and others seem to have had on DHS. Am I correct that that was before ICE and CBP murdered two people?
Yes.
2 American citizens?
That's right.
Yeah. And I know, I think we all agree that the murder of 2 Americans is a big deal. It should give us pause.
BFD.
Should ask us to want to review whether or not we're spending money wisely. I mean, isn't that the reason why there's been kind of a reconsideration of how we should approach these?
Exactly right.
And Democrats have been asking for major reforms in ICE and CBP.
Well, it's not Democrats. The major reforms have come from the American public.
Absolutely.
How about we not try to detain and deport American citizens? How about we not go to sensitive locations, schools, hospitals, medical facilities? How do we not have a warrant before we pick up somebody or kick their door down? How do we say, don't wear a mask, let's be identified?
I think it's important for people, the American people, to understand, what my Republican friends think is controversial. Having a judicial warrant before you can knock down somebody's door. I mean, I don't know. I thought you guys all cared about civil liberties. I thought, I've talked to some of you on FISA, and you're asking, some of you support warrants, but yet, mean, that's one of the things that we're asking for, and yet that's a radical idea, you know, or before you get picked up and hauled away and separated from your family and put in a vehicle to go God knows where, that the person who's doing that has an obligation to tell you who they are and what they're doing. I mean, and that's one of the reforms that you all think is too radical, or that we shouldn't deport U.S. citizens. Boy, that's a real radical idea, right? I mean, those are some of the things that, you know, we've been trying to negotiate with this administration, who has no interest in negotiating because they don't really give a damn about any of this stuff. I mean, they just don't. And I've been to detention centers. I don't know whether some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been to detention centers. I've seen detention centers that include full families that have been following all the rules, that have been doing everything right, and then all of a sudden get picked up without any explanation, and they find themselves in a jail. I mean, like, really? That's what we're all think is okay? Mr. Lauro, you know, if we were to bring the Senate bill to the floor that is similar to your bill, do you believe that any Republicans would support the bill?
I really do. I think there would be bipartisan support because it is, and this is not self-serving. I believe it was a reasonable approach to dealing with what is a difficult problem where people had real concerns about ICE and CBP, but no one really wants to hold hostage, whether it is FEMA, Coast Guard, TSA, cybersecurity, et cetera. I also might add, and I'm going to quote Senator Susan Collins, who was chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. This is her statement on the Senate vote to pass the Department of Homeland Security funding package. Passage of this package brings us closer to ending a reckless and harmful shutdown. Today's action moves us closer to ending the shutdown, which has caused chaos. It is moving. It says this is the way we need to move forward.
And is Susan Collins a Republican?
Yes.
And do you believe that she's familiar with the bill that the Senate passed last night? Or do you agree with Chairman Cole that she probably didn't read it?
No, if I know, and I think that the chairman would agree to this because all four corners have sat down numerous times, and Senator Collins, I am sure, has gone very thoroughly through what was out there.
I'll let Senator Collins speak for herself, but I spoke to her last night, and she was not aware of this bill. She was not talked to about it.
Well, these are her words.
Okay,
I've not made this up. This is today, 3/27/26, Washington, D.C. Senator
today.
Collins' statement on
What,
passage of DHA's
for this
funding
year?
package.
This
is
this day,
this
today?
moment.
Wow,
Is today the
that's
27th?
That's an interesting observation.
Whoa.
And does anyone dispute the fact that reports say that when this vote took place on the Senate floor last night, that the Republican Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, was on the floor?
And he doesn't know anything about what's in the bill? Give me a break.
Anybody dispute that?
No.
Because,
Would the gentleman yield?
yeah, happy to yield.
Well, not just Senator Thune, but Senator Schmidt was on the floor. Senator Moreno, Republican of Ohio, was presiding in the Senate. So this fiction that somehow the Senate Republicans had no idea what they were doing. I yield back to the chair.
And that's a very good point, because you remind us that the Republicans do control the Senate, right? Because they were presiding. And I don't know whether, Speaker Johnson, has one of these devices. Like, I mean, everybody has them now. I mean, and you can communicate with one another. And the House Majority Leader, or the Republican leadership. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader don't talk, or that Republicans don't talk to their Senate counterparts. I will tell you, as a Democrat, I talk to my counterparts in the Senate all the time. I've even reached out to Senate Minority Leader Schumer on occasion. I talk to Senator Durbin. I talk to them all the time about stuff that I'm concerned about. And the notion that the Republican House leadership was just caught off guard, that they had no idea that anything was happening. I said at the beginning that I think this leadership the House leadership is incompetent, but that even goes beyond incompetence. I just can't, that defies belief. I mean, and that the White House somehow had no clue that this was going on. And again, we have reports that Trump was saying, I would sign this
Said he would sign it.
last night. Let me just.
Can I just say this one thing? I was nervous because, and this is a couple of days ago, Senator Cruz was all over this. I said, my God, Senator Cruz and I have very little in common. And we were agreeing on the same direction in which to go. And so people understood and knew what was in this bill.
I would just close with this. You know what? I mean, we can hide behind process. We can hide behind, all kinds of procedural rhetoric. And that's what ends up, that's what usually happens when my Republican friends don't want to talk about the real consequences behind what they're doing. What I care about are the people who are getting screwed, the people who are being jerked around. The TSA agents who aren't getting paid, the Coast Guard, the FEMA. I care about FEMA. I said this on the House floor, and my Republican friends say they care about FEMA, yet they said nothing when Kristi Noem wanted to zero out the agency and eliminate it. But we'll save that for more discussion later. But at the end of the day, what really matters is people, and we have an opportunity to help people. We had an opportunity to do it in a bipartisan way. And I think if, and I guess, and I know it was the last thing, but let me ask Chairman Cole, would you have any objection if we were to allow for there to be a vote on what the Senate did last night?
That's not for me to say. That's for this committee to decide.
But do you have an opinion?
No.
Oh, boy. You sounded like Speaker Johnson. He has an opinion on nothing. And I have to tell you, I mean, if you believe that, a short-term CR that funds agencies that have done horrific things to the American people, if that's the way you want to go, fine, go for it. But to not allow members, Democrats and Republicans in the House, the opportunity to vote on the bipartisan product that came out of the Senate last night that will fund all awful agencies, I just find that really undercutting not only kind of the House of Representatives, but we're supposed to be a deliberative body here, but really it undercuts our democracy. And
No, my preferred course is to fund the full agency for the full fiscal
you can
year.
bring that bill to the floor. You have.
We have. We've brought it repeatedly. We've passed it 3 or 4
times.
times. We'll see if we have the votes
You've done
today.
it 100 times, and you might want to do it 101 times. And now we're doing a short term.
We have a majority. We have a majority. Well, we have a majority. Yes, we do. We have a majority in both chambers
But you're
each
not
time we've
helping
done
a
it.
damn person in this country who's getting screwed over by
I'm not the one who
incompetence in this
voted
House.
to shut down the
this Congress.
agency.
Yeah,
You did.
You know what? Yes. Right. Well, okay. He just did. Okay. Do you want to say one more? Anything
I
else?
said, I'm not the one who voted to shut down the agency. I voted to fund it every time.
Yeah. And by the way, it is my time. Okay. But I also I just want to say for the record, you are now. You are now. All of you are. By doing what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly what the result of this is going to be. You know exactly who's going to be hurt, and you continue to do it. So, as I said at the beginning of my opening remarks, you all own this. I yield back.
Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm kind of surprised that this is a clean CR. This will make sure that folks are paid. This will be helping the people that Mr. McGovern is concerned that we are, quote unquote, I believe the word was screwing. But this will take care of that, will it not, Mr.
Correct.
And so I think this makes sense. We will then have 6 weeks to deal with things, to continue the negotiations. And there's some discrepancy about how it actually went down in the Senate. And so we can figure that out. But I just think this is the way that we are coming together to help those folks that aren't getting paid, that things aren't happening for. And I think we've been trying for several weeks to do something, but this makes sense. It is a simple continuing resolution with nothing else, but it will help those people that Mr. McGovern continues to say he is concerned about. And I don't have any questions because I think it is that self-explanatory that this is going on, unless you had something to add to that, but.
No, I think you summed it up perfectly. We passed this legislation, everything will be fully funded.
And so with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd first yield to the ranking member.
First of all, I just want to say, the gentlelady talks about there's a discrepancy of what happened in the Senate last night. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No.
The Senate, by voice vote, passed a product that we are talking about trying to bring to the floor. There's no discrepancy over what happened. You know, they passed something. They passed something in a bipartisan way. I mean, so there's no discrepancy over that. Yeah, and the only thing, that's, well, the gentlelady talks about how, a simple way to deal with this. I mean, you know what is really simple is bringing the same thing up that is going to fail over and over and over again. It is clear that there are Democrats in the House and in the Senate who will not support unlawful agencies unless they are reformed. That is clear. You know that. You run everything. And if you want our votes, you either need to make these reforms or you need to remove them from the bill so that we can all vote to fund all these other agencies and departments. And you all know that. You all know that. The Senate Majority Leader, the Republican, knew that. And he brought this bill to the floor. He gets the schedule. By the way, when you're in charge,
will the gentleman yield
to the floor? I'm happy to yield to the gentlelady.
Are the reforms that you requested in the Senate bill? Yes or no?
No, they're not.
Okay, great.
No, but you know what? But in the Senate bill, neither is $1 more for the agencies that break the law. There's not $1 more for ICE, not $1 more for CBP. So yeah, I would like the reforms, and we're happy to continue to negotiate with you on that. But the bottom line is this notion that Republicans have no control. You set the agenda. You set the agenda. The Senate Republican Majority Leader brought this to the floor. Not Chuck Schumer, not Jim McGovern, but your Republican Senate Majority Leader. And the deal is that the deal is that they had a unanimous voice vote. And we have Republican senators issuing statements today saying what is going on. But this is insane what you people are doing. It's shameful. I mean, I'm embarrassed for this institution by what is going on here. And I'm so sick and tired of regular people getting screwed over, and that's what's happening here. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back to her.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I've been fielding calls and texts and emails from my constituents all morning. Generally, they were really relieved to hear that the Senate had finally taken action to fund TSA and the Coast Guard and FEMA, because that's what we've all been talking about for more than 40 days, that folks and parts of these agencies were not funded, unlike ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, which actually are funded, as the ranking member mentioned. So they were relieved to hear that there'd been Senate action, and we're looking forward to the House moving forward. So like them, I'm a little surprised to find ourselves in this alternative universe where House Republicans are refusing to take yes for an answer. We should be voting on the bipartisan legislation that passed the Senate that would reopen and fund TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard, because we all know, all of us here know, that if that bill were put on the House floor, it would pass with a strong majority. I mean, it would pass. So I am not quite sure what this exercise is, but it appears that Speaker Johnson is playing politics
Ms. Scanlon,
in order to, yes,
would you yield to a question?
I would be happy to yield to a question
Thank you.
from the chairwoman.
I think some of us are confused because Mr. McGovern just said that ICE and Border Patrol are getting not a penny, which confirmed what Mr. Cole said
Thank you.
And yet you're saying.
I'd be happy to answer your question.
answer the
That was
question.
a brief remark taken out of context. I think we can,
Sure.
the easy answer, of course,
They
is
have
that
the
there
money from the
was
big, beautiful bill,
funding
which is the money that they're
But they weren't
utilizing.
funded in this
Not
bill.
in an appropriations bill, which is what it's about. But they
Lady-
have serious money, 75 billion, 65 billion in the big, beautiful bill, and a $10 billion slush fund.
I was making a different point, so I'll reclaim my time for now. But just the point is that we could be voting on that bill. Speaker Johnson is playing some political games here to satisfy a small group of fringe extremists in the House Republican Conference. And in doing so, he's threatening the livelihood and well-being of millions of Americans. And he's doing so knowing that after the Senate unanimously passed this bill last night, or this morning, they left town for 2 weeks. So in choosing to go down this path, the Speaker is making a deliberate choice to prolong this partial shutdown, knowing that the Senate has already rejected the bill he intends to put on the floor and that they aren't going to consider it for weeks. Every day, TSA employees, some Coast Guard service members, natural disaster first responders are going without pay, going without the resources they need to do their jobs. And we know, we've heard that some of these dedicated public servants have been forced to sleep in their cars, go without food because their paychecks are being withheld. Hundreds have had no choice but to put their families first and leave TSA altogether to find other work. But that hurts all of us as well. So, Madam Chair, this shutdown has extended for more than 40 days. Very few Americans can go that long without a paycheck, and even fewer can understand how or why congressional Republicans have chosen not to act when there's a real opportunity to solve this problem and to do the right thing. Why are we wasting everyone's time? Why are we continuing to hang TSA workers and other federal employees out to dry on this pointless partisan exercise? For weeks, Republicans have withheld this funding to try to force Democrats to give more money, even more money, billions more, to a rogue agency that has cost American lives. So I would urge our Republican colleagues to reject this insanity and join Democrats in passing the Senate legislation. There is one point I was particularly interested in, Ranking Member DeLauro. We have heard repeatedly that there was some kind of reneging on a deal. And we've heard that, oh, it's very simple to just fund the government. But our Republican colleagues keep glossing over the fact that the turning point in this funding discussion was when American citizens were killed on American streets by masked and armed federal agents, and this administration has refused to put any guardrails around that behavior. So it's not as though things were just perking along with no changes. There was an outrageous assault on American values and American citizens that must be dealt with. So I would appreciate your observations on that.
On
as well as
January
anything
7th,
else.
Renee Nicole Good was murdered in Minneapolis. On January 24th, Alex Preddy was murdered in Minneapolis. American citizens murdered. Now, if that doesn't speak to making some changes in an agency, and both agencies involved, because, and I will just say, the commander, Bovino, he's the one who, was killed Preddy, and he was let go. Things have happened. It was not a static situation. It was a fluid situation, which is why, given the contention and the sensitivity around ICE and CBP, for my part, in introducing, which was on February 11th, 45 days ago, I introduced this bill which said, we have a serious issue which everyone is concerned about. Put it aside and continue to negotiate because it's going to take a long time to sort it out, and that it had to have protections. The protections were never a part of what the bill was about, but about the future funding of those agencies. But let's free these people who are being hammered and pilloried and not being paid when they're doing the work that they have. That was the scene. Events events, if you can't move with events, my God, we are not stuck in concrete here. We have to be sensitive to what happens, the murder of 2 American citizens.
Well, and as there's a couple of us here who are members of the Judiciary Committee, and since that time, we have had before us the head of the Department of Justice, the head of, the former head of the Department of Homeland Security, and there has been no action from those departments to rein in, to investigate, to prosecute that lawless behavior by federal agents on our streets. So that has increased our concern about how we put guardrails around this paramilitary force that has been deployed to American streets. Look, no one on this side of the aisle wants to withhold pay from TSA agents. That's why we've been trying to push forward the legislative proposal that you suggested and that the Senate unanimously adopted last night. But we now have admissions from the White House and from administrators there that there has been a choice by this administration not to pay TSA agents. Fortunately, I understand that, maybe while we've been here, the president has signed an order directing that TSA agents be paid going forward. But it's just outrageous that a simple bipartisan solution that solves a problem for the American people is being rejected by Speaker Johnson and some of the fringe extremists in his group. Thank you for all of your work on this, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Roy, before I recognize you, I would like to get a clarification from Chairman Cole. Ms. Scanlon said Coast Guard service members are not being paid. My understanding is that is incorrect.
I think that is incorrect. Just as the president was able to pull a rabbit out of a hat during the last year's shutdown, keep the military paid, they found a way to pay the personnel, but not the support personnel, not the civilian employees. So
that's right.
It's one of these areas, and it's clearly not the preferred way. I mean, there ought to be passed legislation, appropriations bills to do that.
Uniformed personnel are being paid.
I know there are form letters going around because I've had constituents contact me, and I think it's important that we make it clear that our service members are being paid.
Right, but,
So-
but just to clarify, not everybody in the Coast Guard is being
No,
and
it's
he-
the
and Mr.
uniformed,
Cole said-
uniformed
Mis-
personnel are.
Mr. Cole said that. He stated it very clearly. Mr. Roy, you recognize.
I thank the chairwoman. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Cole, is it true that the United States House of Representatives, Republicans, have sent over to the United States House multiple times full funding for the Department of Homeland Security, including all operations?
I assume you mean United States Senate, and yes, it is.
Sorry. And in sending it over to the United States Senate, is it not true that the 53 Republicans of the Senate have multiple times voted for full funding for the Department of Homeland Security?
I believe that's the case.
So therefore, is it not true that there are precisely 7 human beings in the entire world that are holding up funding for the men and women who are serving our country in Border Patrol, in ICE, in FEMA, in TSA, and every other aspect of the Department of Homeland Security? 7 individuals necessary, 7 Democrats in the Senate necessary to
May
get
only
60
be
votes.
5. I believe at least 1, I think 2 Democrats have voted. So it's a pretty substantial sort of mid-50s majority to fund the government.
So to repeat, we've had some Democrats interested in continuing to do the job, 53 Republicans. So we've had 5, 6, 7 Democrats necessary in order to actually do the job of funding the important function of the Department of Homeland Security. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's just be very clear about who is holding up any funding necessary for the people in this country to have a secure country when we've had multiple terrorist attacks since this funding dispute began, since we've had conflict in Iran, since we've had issues at our border. And I would note, for example, a CBP support employee saying, quote, the Senate bill paid TSA, but thousands of CBP and ICE professional staff will not be paid. The last paid workday for me was February 13th. Now Senate on paid vacation until April 13th. That is guaranteed for 2 months, no pay. Very likely we won't be paid until May if Johnson lets this bill pass. ICE civilian employee, quote, I have a huge favor. When you guys report on the fact that ICE is funded through OB3 funds, can you please make it known that support staff, i.e. mission support, OPA, et cetera, is not getting paid? Is that true, Mr. Cole?
That's absolutely true. It's one of the reasons why you should do the complete bill instead of trying to pick and choose, because you always miss somebody. There's somebody being paid in another way. And it's just not, I mean, part of the essence of this problem is nobody reads an appropriation bill and likes everything in it. And if you get to pick and choose what you like, no appropriations bill would ever be passed. You pass the full bill, you balance it off. And that's the appropriate way to do it. Substantial majorities, bipartisan majorities in each chamber have done that. This is really a Senate rule that has held up complete funding of the government.
Would I be correct when I observe that when the ranking member discusses 85% of ICE and Border Patrol operations being funded or something to that effect, that the vast majority or all of that is coming through OBBB funds?
Again, I wouldn't presume to speak for my friend, the ranking member, but that would be my understanding, that that's where the majority of that money is coming from.
So to the extent that there is funding going to the men and women in Border Patrol and ICE today to carry out their job, that funding is entirely or predominantly coming through OBB, to the best of our knowledge.
That's correct, and it wasn't what it was designed to do originally.
Correct.
It was meant to better technology, finishing the border wall.
How
things of
many
that nature.
how many Democrats voted for the OBB?
None.
None. So to be very clear, the funds that are going for Border Patrol and ICE operations was not supported by Democrats.
Correct.
Democrats today refuse to fund through the normal appropriations process any funding for ICE or Border Patrol to be able to carry out the functions of defending the United States of America. And to be clear, that since that lapse of funding, we've had material terrorist attacks on our soil. We've had the murder of Sheridan Gorman by a person who was here, who came in here illegally in 2023 under the previous administration, who is a criminal, who was released, and who murdered and shot a student in Chicago. And this stuff continues to operate because our colleagues on the other side of the aisle flat out refuse to do the job of funding the operations necessary to secure the United States of America. I support the Speaker in making sure that we do our job right now to send back to the Senate a bill that will fully fund these operations so that we can get busy defending this country when we need to do it and make sure that the people on the streets are safe and secure. I yield back.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Mr.
point of
Green.
clarification.
Yes.
I want to know how many Republican senators voted against the bill that we're asking to be considered today in lieu of the continuing resolution. How many Republican senators objected to basically the bill that Mr. Lauro? None. None.
Madam Chair, was there a roll call vote in the Senate, or was this conducted in the middle of the night by voice vote?
This was passed at around.
By voice in the middle of the night.
By voice.
You control the Senate.
Anyone
You
could have
control
dissented.
the agenda in the Senate. And the person who's
Mr.
holding up
McGovern-
people is the Speaker of the House.
McGovern.
5 Democrats refused to actually do the job for the American people. Yeah, and Americans are dying because you guys refuse to secure the country.
So stop the
McGovern,
bullshit.
You do not have the floor. Mr. McGovern, I've been pretty tolerant.
So have we. So have we.
For this
Based on what's
garbage.
going on here today.
Mr.
Mr. McGovern, you don't have the right to make that decision. You don't have the right to make a decision that you've been tolerant. We're following regular
Well-
order here, and that's what I'm going to do. Follow regular order. I, out of courtesy, introduced you to ask a question, but I'm not going to tolerate this kind of an outburst. I will not. I will not.
Speak to both sides.
Now,
Hope
Speaking
you'll
of
make
outbursts.
that clear to the other side.
Please,
Mr. Neguse, you are recognized.
go for it.
I thank the chairwoman.
Whoa.
Perhaps I'll start where you all have left off. For whatever reason, and I think I know why, my Republican colleagues are very much living in a fantasy land and somehow trying to make the case to the American people that Democrats control the United States Senate. It's absurd. John Thune is the Republican majority leader of the U.S. Senate.
He engineered the bill.
Yesterday, the Republican majority in the United States Senate passed a bill Not a single U.S. senator objected. Senator Bernie Moreno, Republican of Ohio, presided over the vote. Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri, the former Attorney General of the state of Missouri, that my friend from Texas, Chip Roy, talks so glowingly of in the past, he was on the floor when the bill passed.
Senator Collins.
John Thune asked for unanimous consent on this bill. Not a single senator objected. So I don't really understand this Republican argument. I suspect when we get to Mr. Scott, I'm counting on Mr. Scott, because I think he'll be intellectually honest, and what he will say is, I disagree with those Republican senators, not to speak for you, but they should have objected. Perhaps some member on the other side of the aisle will make that case, but as of yet, instead, we're stuck with these abstract attacks on the Senate as though these are not members of your own party. Chairman Cole.
It was actually today.
Chairman Cole, you're going to have an opportunity, Mr. Scott. Chairman Cole, Chairwoman Fox described the Senate's action, this bill. I wrote it down because I found it very interesting. She said it was unwise and, quote, unconditional surrender. Do you agree?
I agree it was unwise.
Not about the unconditional surrender part?
I'm not going to get into quibbling over words.
That's not my words. It's
I think it was.
Fox's words,
I
the
think
Madam
it
Chair's
was
words.
the wrong thing to do and the wrong way to do it.
Well, here's the question, I think, not for you, but for whoever may be watching these proceedings. I think someone, maybe Jake Sherman, a reporter, can go ask Ted Cruz whether this bill was unconditional surrender. Go ask Mike Lee whether it was unconditional surrender. I hope the chairwoman, when we conclude with this hearing, that she will call her senators from the great state of North Carolina and ask Senator Budd whether or not this was unconditional surrender, and if it was, why he made the decision not to object. I hope we get an answer to that question, because the rest of this is just noise. The senators, in my view, did the right thing. They passed a bill that funds TSA, that funds the Coast Guard, that ends this crisis, and we have the opportunity to do the same. The only reason we're not, just to be clear, is because one person, the Speaker of the House, was here 3 years ago and watched his predecessor lose his job and his gavel. The last time a Republican speaker dared to put a bipartisan bill on the floor that would pass with a huge majority vote. He's not in Congress anymore. We all know that. That's the reason that we're engaged in this theater. And I find it to be repugnant because, again, as the ranking member has articulated, real harm is coming to people. These TSA agents who've been working for weeks without pay. Now, Chairman Cole, I wrote something else down during your opening statement. You said, quote, that constituents are tired of bills passing in the dead of night. Remember saying that?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember where you were on Thursday, July 3rd, in the middle of the night?
No, I don't.
I remember, because we were both on the floor of the House as Republicans passed in the dead of night tax breaks for the richest Americans. Let me read you a few headlines.
I don't think
I didn't ask you a question, Chairman Cole. Sleep-deprived lawmakers stay up all night to pass the big, beautiful bill. Republicans advance Trump's big, beautiful bill in unusual late-night vote. Dead of night, Dems accuse GOP of cowardice over late-night votes on Trump's big, beautiful budget bill. Intentionally hiding, GOP tries to sneak through Medicaid cuts in the dead of night. This was not like a decade ago. This was 8 months ago. I remember these votes, as I'm sure my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do. So thou doth protest a little too much. I get it. I understand why you're opposed on the merits to this proposal, Mr. Chairman. But the Speaker's comments in his press conference, his dead of night votes and outrageous how the Senate could have done so and all the rest is just, it's a little bit too much for me.
May I respond?
I know your response, so I'm going to jump on.
No, actually, you don't know my
I
response.
think you'll make, in any event, I have limited time. I have one more question.
No,
and then we can-
in this committee, you don't have limited time.
Well, under you, Mr. Chairman, we pine for the days under Chairman Cole. Of course,
I
that
would
was
love
true.
it. That's fine.
That's no longer the case.
I
Mr.
haven't
Chairman.
been my experience in this committee. I
If
think
the
the
chair will
chair is
indulge me,
enormously
extra
generous with
but
time,
things have changed here, Mr.
regardless of
Chairman.
who the chair is, by
It's
the way.
unfortunate. I agree with you. I want to read you one more thing.
Sure.
This is a tweet from the House Freedom Caucus from about 2 hours ago, I guess. It says, quote, "Why on earth would we hand them exactly what they want by keeping the deportation wing unfunded? We hold the leverage. Don't surrender it." What leverage are they referring to, Mr. Cole?
I suspect we have the majority in the House, which we do.
The
That's why
leverage-
we've passed funding the government 3 or 4 times. And
leverage
by
is
the
the
way,
majority of the
all
House?
but one of those
The
bills,
majority is not-
you not overwhelmingly, but
Cole,
you agreed. That was bipartisan.
I don't think that you would make a statement like this because I think you know what they're referring to. The leverage are ultimately the hardworking TSA agents, the folks in the various sub-agencies in the cybersecurity and Coast Guard and all the rest. The Freedom Caucus is making very clear that if we pass the Senate bill tonight, their leverage, meaning the hardworking TSA agents who would ultimately not get paid, dissipates.
That would
And that
not-
is why they convinced the Speaker.
That would not be my interpretation.
Well, I'll look forward to your statement saying
You
that
heard it.
that you hold the leverage. I don't think that I imagine that you would use those words. I suspect you would not because we all know what they're really getting at. In any event, I digress. I would just simply say this. We're going to have an opportunity tonight for the Republican members on the conference call earlier who apparently bemoaned this proposal by the Speaker, this plan that you all have conjured up. For those who, I think Chairman McGovern said, Ranking Member McGovern said, some Republican members supposedly called it stupid and all the rest. They're going to have a chance to do the right thing. Because if we defeat the previous question on the floor, the Senate bill will get a vote. And I have no doubt that if the Senate bill gets a vote, it will pass by an overwhelming margin. So all we need are a handful of Republicans. I'm not talking a lot. 5, 6, maybe 4 House Republicans to defeat the previous question, and TSA agents can get paid tonight. I hope they do the right thing. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. I want to make a quick comment. We passed the Working Families Tax Cut Act at 7:30 in the morning. If I remember right, it wasn't in the dead of night. I believe it was at 7:30 in the morning.
Early morning
Okay,
hours.
so
You scheduled a rules hearing for 2 a.m. You have the audacity to 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Sorry. What are we talking about?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
okay, we're giving you guys a lot to laugh about, but I want to say Democrats always want us to flex and defend Article 1, but that seems to end as we cross the rotunda or a bill is rushed from over at that side. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will want to yield some time to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you very much, Ms. Houchin. I have to say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, I am vexed and offended when words are put into my mouth that are not accurate. I am a proud member of the Freedom Caucus, and I know that the leverage is votes on the floor, not the TSA workers. This place is about voting and voting in the way you feel is right and appropriate. And when the Freedom Caucus says that we have the leverage, what they're talking about is we have a block of votes in the United States House of Representatives, and we use those votes to try to move this nation in a direction that we believe is the right direction in which to go. I know my colleagues don't agree with that, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with that, but don't imply that when we say we have the leverage that we're using hardworking TSA workers as that leverage. No, it's the leverage of the vote on the floor of the House and the leverage of the vote here in the Rules Committee. I yield back to Ms. Houch.
You have a majority of votes, because a majority of votes would pass this.
Thank you.
Mr. McGovern, I did not yield time to you.
Oh, I didn't know you, I thought I was talking to you.
Ms. Houch.
Yeah, we get
Thank
jerked
you.
around here all the time.
Mr. McGovern, I've asked you not to
appreciate,
interrupt.
I appreciate it, Madam Chair, but I just want to make one point.
No,
Mr. McGovern, this is not your
You do not
time.
have the time. I'm sorry.
I'm just, yeah.
No, you do not have the time, Mr. McGovern. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cole, I would like to give you time to respond to the gentleman's characterization that the Working Families Tax Cuts Act was a tax giveaway for the rich.
It was a what?
The gentleman from Colorado.
Wait.
May I listen to the question?
Yeah, would you
The
all?
gentleman from Colorado characterized the Working Families Tax Cuts Act as a tax giveaway for the rich. I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond.
Well, it certainly was not that. I don't know very many rich people that rely on tips to get their pay. I don't very many rich people that do overtime. I don't know very many people that get Social Security tax rebates because that's all they have to live on, and that's an effort to help move them in the right direction. So no, I would not characterize it as that. I think it's an incredibly complex, sweeping piece of legislation. And I'll add, there's a big difference between voting on something you've been debating for months and voting on something that was not only voted on in the dark, it was written in the dark. It was written within hours and presented. So I don't consider them, comparisons at all. I understand the effort to get the bill done by the 4th of July, which was an exceptional achievement. But the idea that it wasn't thoroughly discussed, debated, go through committees, move back and forth. As a matter of fact, that was the second time the House had dealt with it. It voted it over the first time. The Senate had changed it. And then we had to deal with that and move the bill. So again,
Chairman
I
Cole.
think it's an apples and oranges comparison.
Chairman Cole, does the child tax credit only benefit rich Americans?
No, obviously not.
Does the small business pass-through deduction only benefit rich Americans?
Obviously not.
Thank you.
They're
$4.5 trillion.
Thank you. Okay, so let's just be clear. The government is not shut down because of Republicans. The government is shut down because Democrats in the Senate have not voted to fund it.
the
We want
Department of
to-
Homeland Security. I want to be, because I do want to give my Democratic, look, we got 11 bills done. And this House got all 12 bills done. And we sent the Senate the bill in the form and the manner it asked for to pass it with an agreement with Senate Democrats they were going to pass it. They changed. So, but again, I particularly want to commend the ranking member here. A lot of Democrats helped pass these bills. That's why they're almost all, I mean, they are bipartisan, they're bicameral. Even the ones that were contested had some Democratic votes. So again, it's a bipartisan achievement, and we're very lucky. And I compliment my friends on the other side of the aisle because they were a huge part of this. We could be sitting here in a total government shutdown in the middle of a war. And that did not happen because Democrats and Republicans worked together. More pressure on Democrats, in my opinion, to do that, particularly my friend. And I will never forget that. That was an exceptional act of political courage. And I think working, through regular order and give and take negotiation, where we both ended up with bills that we would have written differently if we were king of the world or queen of the world, but we're not. And we work together. So again, but in this case, no question, and that's not House Democrats. It is Senate Democrats who broke their word.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. So the Department of Homeland Security is not being funded because of Democrat votes in the Senate.
Correct.
We've heard a comment today about there's zero chance that what we're doing here will become law, but there's also zero chance in the House that the Senate bill is going to become law. We've heard comments that this is no way to govern, but is it any way to govern partially funding the federal agency responsible for our national security at a time when we face unprecedented risks and the Biden administration let in thousands of known terrorists into the country.
In my opinion, it is not the appropriate way to government.
And not just known terrorists were let into the country under the Biden administration. There were also at least 2 million or more gotaways, people we don't even know who they are, where they came from, or their status, or as whether they're on the terrorist watch list or not.
Correct. I mean, I've been mystified why people don't want to fund the Border Patrol of all agencies. Probably been the most successful agency, in history. I would have never believed they could turn around the situation on the border as rapidly as they did. And it shows how adept their management was before the arrival of President Trump versus after, because they've accomplished what was unbelievable. We've had no known illegal entries into the country in months. Why do you want to not fund that agency that has delivered that to you?
And just recently, ICE arrested a criminal illegal alien from Uzbekistan, wanted in his origin country for belonging to a terrorist organization. ICE arrested an illegal alien from Honduras and a leader of MS-13 known as Phantasma, who was wanted in his home country for killing 4 people. ICE arrested an illegal alien wanted in his origin country of India for connection with terrorist activities that included planning more than 1 dozen grenade attacks on police officials. ICE arrested a criminal illegal alien and MS-13 leader from El Salvador. He faces an Interpol red notice from El Salvador for drug trafficking and conspiracy to commit murder. Just a few months ago, ICE agents arrested more than 150 illegal alien sex offenders during a major enforcement surge across the state of Florida. The operation targeted child predators, rapists, violent criminal, illegal aliens with convictions, including sexual assault of minors, rape, lewd conduct, child exploitation, battery, and attempted homicide. In total, more than 230 criminal illegal aliens, including 150 sexual predators, were arrested and off our streets, thanks to ICE. All of these operations will be negatively impacted by this defund effort by Democrats. And let me be clear, the people doing these jobs are the people the Democrats don't want to pay, and they are American citizens with families too. The Democrats are the ones that are picking which employees should be paid. The Democrats are singling out, holding hostage, and using the American people as pawns for a false premise that we're somehow voting on this DHS, they're voting against the DHS funding because they want reforms, yet in the Senate bill, there are 0 reforms that they asked for. But now that the bill sets this total amount for spending on these agencies that are so important to our national security, setting those at 0, they don't care about ICE and Border Patrol. They don't care about the people doing these very difficult jobs because they want border chaos and crime in the streets. Otherwise, they would have secured the border under the Biden administration. But regular people, this is a comment made by one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. He said, regular people are getting screwed.
That was me.
Regular people are getting screwed, like the families of American citizens who have been killed by illegal immigrants. Like Laken Riley, a nursing student from Augusta University who was killed on February 22nd, 2024, while jogging on the University of Georgia campus. Her killer was a Venezuelan national who entered the country illegally in 2022. Like the family of Jocelyn Nungary, age 12, who was sexually assaulted and strangled to death on June 16th, 2024, by 2 Venezuelan nationals. Like the family of Rachel Morin, a mother of 5, who was raped and murdered while jogging on a popular trail in Maryland by an undocumented immigrant from El Salvador. Like the family of Luis Lopez, age 15, a teenager shot and killed in Kentucky in 2025 while attempting to protect his mother from an attempted rape by an illegal immigrant from Mexico. Like the family of Megan Boss, found dead in Illinois in April of 2025. Her body was discovered in a storage container. The suspect was an undocumented illegal immigrant from Mexico. Like the family of Ivory Smith, age 7, who was killed in a car crash by a Venezuelan national in Texas in 2024. Like the family of Christopher Babcock, age 62, a husband killed in a fatal hit and run in Morristown, New Jersey in March of 2026 by a Mexican national who'd been released into the country in 2024. like the family of Hallie Hagelson, age 18, and Brady Heiling, age 19, both killed in a 2025 car crash in Wisconsin by a Honduran national. The family of Melissa Powell, age 47, and her son, Riordan, 16, killed in a 2024 car crash in Colorado caused by an undocumented immigrant from Honduras. Like the family of Karen Diamond, who died in June of 2025 following a Molotov cocktail attack at a pro-Israel event in Colorado. The suspect was an Egyptian national living on U.S. soil on an expired visa. Like the family of Aurelio Zunio Orbez, a taxi cab driver in New York who was strangled to death in December of 2025 by a Guatemalan national over a fare dispute. And the family of an 11-year-old girl in Georgia who was raped in early 2026 by an undocumented immigrant who also held her 10-year-old sister at knife point. And finally, the family of Brad Kastner, a competitive four-wheeler racing champion from Holton, Indiana, in my district, who was killed on March 26, 2024, in a head-on collision near Seymour, Indiana, while on his way to work. The driver of the other vehicle was a 26-year-old undocumented immigrant with a history of driving without a license. These are the people that ICE are fighting for. These are the people that they're doing very difficult jobs, and they deserve to be paid too. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
They're being paid. Being paid.
Ms. DeLauro.
Sorry, Madam
Please.
Chairman, but
Ms. DeLauro.
no, facts are facts.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez,
Thank
you're
you.
recognized.
Facts are facts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that what is really clear about what we're doing today has already been, the point's already been made. The Senate unanimously passed a bill that would fund TSA, fully fund the Coast Guard, fully fund FEMA, make sure that all of that work is done. And there is a decision made in the House to not bring it to the floor. So everybody on this panel who votes for this continuing resolution rule is basically going to be voting to keep all of that shut down. And one of your own members said in your caucus, if we're to be believed, since none of our calls or conferences are ever private, that the shutdown is going to be on Republicans. And indeed it will be. And you will be voting for that because you know that the Senate's gone. You know that this will keep things closed. And I want to remind everybody that we've already gone through this. A few days ago, 3 days ago, I read Representative Jack's words on the floor, where he said that this doesn't have anything to do about funding for CBP or ICE because they've already been funded under the big, beautiful bill. I asked Chairman Cole, do you agree with that? And he said, yes, they have been substantially funded. So this isn't about funding what ICE might be doing. It is about keeping TSA without pay, and all of those other agencies without pay. That's what you are doing. That is what you are doing. And I'm going to also quote from the chair. I asked him is if we passed Rosa DeLauro's bill, which was introduced 44 days ago. This isn't something that is new. How long ago, am I correct? Was it 44 days? 45? Sorry, it's been 45 days. This is not a dead in the night we haven't seen before. If we could fund TSA, FEMA, and Coast Guard immediately, is there support for that? Chairman Cole said, I don't know. I don't know that it would pass the Senate. If you're asking me if it can pass the House, I certainly believe it can, close quote. So that's the issue. We know that if you brought this bill to the floor, there would be your Republican colleagues who care enough about what's happening to their citizens, to their constituents, that they'd vote for this. That is what we're facing. But I want to say, I don't know if you've noticed, but they're no longer saying the big, beautiful bill. Right? It's no longer the big, beautiful bill. That was the title of it. But Americans were so upset about how that big, beautiful bill transferred money to the wealthy and the well-off and the billionaires and the biggest corporations that Republicans changed the name of it
because people hated the fact that the big, beautiful bill did all those really bad things. It was big, but it was big bad, right? It was big bad. And so they had to change it. And the reality is those tax cuts for tips, no taxes on tips, it's temporary. Ranking member, are the tax cuts for the wealthy, are they temporary?
No, those are permanent. $4.5 trillion without the blink of an eye.
$4.5 trillion.
And it's okay, the $1 trillion in the cuts to Medicaid. Whoa.
Right.
You know?
And then, right. And then the thing is Americans don't like, none of what we are asking for would address ICE arresting those who have engaged in unlawful activity. Our 10 items are about, should they be breaking down your door without a warrant? Should they be deporting citizens? Should they be arresting citizens? Another conversation I had with Chairman Cole, he doesn't think they should be detaining Native Americans. We agree on that. They shouldn't be detaining citizens, but I'm going to yield a few minutes to our
No,
ranking.
I just want to, because I want to respond to Ms. Houchin, who left after she gave her, read her speech. But when she talked about the big, beautiful bill and how great it was for regular people, according to JCT, people who make over $1 million a year will get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $96,400 per year or $264 per day, and pennies for everybody else. For those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is $247 or 68 cents per day. You know, a laughable sum that won't even begin to cover the gaps from Republican deep cuts to essential programs and as a result of Trump's tariff tax. And I just also want to say, you know, I'm listening to my colleagues, and look, I think we don't share the same values. I heard the gentlelady talk about, why we need to continue to fund ICE without any checks, without any reforms. But, you know, we're expressing our concern here because we remember Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who got shot at point blank by federal agents of the United States government. And we are moved to fight for reforms because we talk to U.S. citizens who are unjustly detained, people who have had their front doors broken down by ICE agents without a warrant, without a judicial warrant. Yeah, I mean, people who have been mistreated, children who have been mistreated. That we don't believe that that's what the United States of America is about, and we believe we can do better. And the idea that you want to talk about how we move forward, the Senate gave us away, and you're just blowing it. You're blowing it because what? The Freedom Caucus or whatever is using their leverage, not for votes, but to deny members of the House the ability to vote on things. You know, that's just not the way this place is supposed to run. I yield back.
Thank you. And I would also point out that, I find it incredibly hypocritical when we start listing issues with regards to sexual violence and sexual assaults, given this administration's record. Mm-hmm. And it's not just the Epstein files, and that they have refused to release half of those Epstein files. And we know who's in those Epstein files over and over and over again, and that there was a 13-year-old who was raped and beaten, right? But at least 33 of the pardons that Trump issued following January 6th had other criminal charges. We've had some of those pardoned be convicted afterwards for egregious pedophilia and rape of children, 6 for child sex crimes, 2 fatal reckless driving, and 2 rapes. But none of the reforms that we're going for would address ICE doing its job with regards to those who are engaged in unlawful activity. What we don't want them doing is beating up people because they look brown or they're Native American, maybe look Latino. That's what we say is wrong. Ranking Member DeLauro, isn't that what we are fighting for?
It's absolutely. I mean, that is what the overhaul is about. The reality, we mourn all of the cases that have been brought up, mourn the tragedy of loss of life. But there's loss of life in terms of, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. There's no one, they were immediately classified as terrorists, in a nanosecond without any understanding of what happened. We all mourn the loss of life. And to go after those who have perpetrated these crimes and, and deport them, do what needs to be done. But we know the evidence is there's so much of it that talks about the inequities that have been applied to American citizens, to children, to people who speak a different language, to people whose color of their skin is different, just based on something, just plucked off the street, sent to a detention camp. Families don't know where they are. That's real. We're not making that up. In the same way, I don't believe that Ms. Houchin is making up what she talked about. That's not right. But what's happening here is not right, which is why we need to address that. And that is what is absent here, the willingness to address the transgressions that are being made by these agencies, which we have an obligation and a moral responsibility to deal with, and that same moral responsibility to say we are going to make sure that TSA people and Coast Guard and FEMA and cybersecurity, that those issues need to be addressed. That is what we are doing. That is what we had hoped would come forward, that came from the Senate in a unanimous way, and that we could move forward to getting this done and then focus on the various differences that we have on these other issues. And we know that you can hammer out differences in this institution. We have done that before. We did it with 11 appropriations bill. We can do this if there is the will and the goodwill to say we can't allow some of these things to happen.
And that's
I
why
appreciate
if we take off these areas where there isn't any debate, and then let you guys go and negotiate the four corners. And once again, I'm going to say it again, because these are the words, I'm going to quote the words of Representative Jack on the floor. He said, open quote, "This debate is not about funding ICE or CBP. Those agencies were already fully funded through HR 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act." Close quote. So I'm going to anticipate we're now going to hear, oh, no, but we have to do it. But they were funded. They have the money, 50 billion, 70 billion, 140. They have the money. Before we give them more money, let's make sure that they are not violating basic constitutional rights, that they are following the same procedures that my sheriffs, my police are following in New Mexico. And I asked last week whether Chairman Cole's sheriffs and officers were following basic procedures of, warrants and wearing masks. And I asked you. Everybody expects that. But today, what we are voting on today is whether you are going to go home and tell people on your line, I voted to fund TSA, FEMA, and Coast Guard. That's the vote today, not whatever happened 3 weeks ago. That's the vote today, and you're going to vote for it. And I hope we get 4 Republicans who have the courage to stand up for their constituents, for their TSA agents, and vote with us on the motion to recommit, on the motion to move the previous questions. If we get that, we will vote on the Senate bill. There is an opportunity. Republicans, reach out to us, vote with us, join us in fully funding FEMA, Coast Guard, cybersecurity. You can do it. You can do it today. You can vote with us today.
Where the money isn't there is in appropriations. The money in the reconciliation has not been dealt.
With that, if there is no other, I am the last Democrat. Do you want?
Yeah, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Republicans that still have to speak, and I don't know why you would cut off.
I hadn't asked her a question. I will ask her a final question. Ranking Member DeLauro, do you have a quick summary that you want to share with
Look,
us?
I'll just say the issue is the money through the Appropriations Committee. I don't approve. I voted against the reconciliation bill, the big, beautiful, whatever the hell you want to call it. But that is not being challenged. And in that bill, there is substantial amount of money, 75 ICE, 65 CBP, $10 billion in the slush fund. They have plenty of money to do what they want to do and to exercise the jurisdiction that they have, et cetera, and get out of the airports, go do your job, and let's get these other folks paid in the meantime.
And with that, Madam Chair.
That was quite an altar call, which you made. Thank you very much.
I am
Langworthy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to belabor this hearing anymore because I'm pretty sure anyone watching at home, it sounds about like the teacher on Charlie Brown at this point. But, to listen to our colleagues trying to define the terms of debate and say that, they're on the side of the angels when just yesterday they withheld their votes for the critical funding of these departments, I think is very hypocritical. Chairman Cole, do you have any responses to any of what we've just heard?
Probably better delivered over a cigar and with a stiff bourbon. So come down and see me sometime. But look, this is, we obviously have a different view on this. I hold to my position that the appropriate thing to do is fund the government and fully fund it, and not to pick and choose which agencies you like. I don't see how you can ever write appropriations bills if it's done that way. And I think most of the additional funding that is available and that has been diverted from something else. That's the point. It was not there for this purpose. There was always an assumption the day-to-day operations of these agencies would be funded through regular order. These were things like extras, like the border wall or technology or a lot of things like that. But regardless, it's just better to work through the regular order. We've passed it here, the Democrats in the Senate. We have a majority in the Senate. People seem to lose that fact, a bipartisan majority. And the only thing standing in the way, and I'm never critical of this. Look, filibuster's none of my business. I'd run for the United States Senate if I cared about it. It does impact what happens. And so, a minority in both houses are deliberately stopping the day-to-day operation of government. A minority. And the only reason they couldn't get away with it in this House because we're majority rule. The Senate has a different approach. That's their rule, and the Republicans feel very strongly about that. They think it protects minority rights. I would say this has been an abuse of minority power consistently throughout the appropriations process by the United States Senate. And why? Because when Senator Schumer did the right thing, an FY24 bill, and accepted a CR rather than the shutdown, he just got the political stuffings beaten out of him by the Democrats, led by House Democrats, I must say. And so now we see a very different behavior. And I think we see one that is not constructive, that led to the longest shutdown in American history and produced no results. If there was any results, it had to be political. That must be what my friend celebrated, because it didn't change one thing. And now we're seeing the same thing play out here again. So, I regret that, but I'm proud that we got 95% of the government funded, and that was done with my friend's cooperation here at this table, and many other Democrats as well. Most of those were not. I think that's what we should do here. I don't think this is an appropriate use of leverage. And I also would just add parenthetically, I don't think smearing an entire group of people, 95, 98, 99% of whom are federal law enforcement officials trying to do the right thing, is ever the right thing to do. I don't think comparing American law enforcement, I've heard some people do, to the Gestapo or the SS is ever the right thing to do. And if mistakes were made, my goodness, the president has changed leadership at the department. He's negotiated seriously, made numerous changes and what have you. It seems to me it doesn't matter what he says. They simply won't accept yes. It's never, ever enough. And this is more about politics than it is about change. That's my view. I know other people have a different view. I accept that and respect that. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Scott,
Thank
you're
you, Madam
recognized.
Chair.
I want to bring this back to the subject matter at hand, and which is HR 7147. I mean, that's what we're discussing, is it not, Mr. Cole? And on January 22nd of this year, the House voted 220 to 207 to pass that measure, with 7 Democrats voting yes and 1 Republican voting no, according to the call logs. There have since then been multiple votes in the Senate, 52 to 47. So the majority voted in favor of the piece of legislation coming to the floor, where it would no doubt pass if the vote were allowed to come to the floor in the Senate. 50 to 45, 51 to 45, 51 to 46, 47 to 37, and then most recently, which was yesterday, 53 to 47. So the majority of the senators voted yes on the same piece of legislation that had passed the House, 220 to 207, at least procedurally, to bring the vote to the floor. So if we want to talk about procedure and about how democracy is supposed to work, the majority of the people are in the House and the Senate are in favor of passing HR 7147. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Cole?
Yes, it is.
Now, there were 4 men on the floor last night, plus Mr. Marino, who was presiding. Now, I'll give him a little bit of a pass because he's presiding, and typically the presiding officer doesn't offer objections or motions. They simply rule over the procedure. But the other 4 members, Eric Schmidt, John Thune, Brian Schatz, and Andy Kim. Interestingly enough, Andy Kim is the one I know best, and I like Andy. I think he's an honest person. I disagree with him politically on a lot of things, but I want to read you what Andy Kim said at 3 a.m. And let me back up. The bill, this was not yesterday morning, this was this morning. And my understanding, Mr. Cole, is that the language was not actually introduced until after midnight today, which would be this morning, correct?
I think that is correct.
And so somewhere between midnight, because it says it was introduced on the 27th, and 2 a.m., it was somewhere in the 2:10 a.m. range. Do we know exactly what time the non-vote happened? 2:10, 2:30?
2:20, I think.
2:20? Is that what you said, ma'am? Okay, I'll accept that. Somewhere in that range. But the language was not actually introduced on the 26th. It was introduced on the 27th. And then less than 2.5 hours later, it was adopted. There was no roll call vote on it. There was no roll call vote from the Senate. Now, if there had been a roll call vote, I would be more willing to have a discussion on procedure and other things. But let me read what Mr. Kim said. Just leaving the Capitol now at 3 a.m. as I wanted to be on the Senate floor through final passage of the vote to end the shutdown. As we promised, there was no funding for ICE without the reforms Americans demanded. TSA and our airports fully funded. TSA and our airports fully funded, 0 for ICE. So 0 funding for ICE. So this piece of legislation strips all of the funding for ICE out. It also strips the funding for Customs and Border Patrol. Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Cole?
I believe that is an accurate statement.
And that is not what, and that is not what the majority of the members of Congress want. Is that also an accurate statement, Mr. Cole?
That would be my assessment as well.
The majority of the members of Congress in the House, 220 to 207, have voted to fund DHS, including ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. In just a second, I'll give you a second, Ms. Laura, out of respect for you, I will give you a second.
Thank you very
But the
much.
majority of members of the House, 220 to 207, voted to pass HR 7147, which is what we're talking about here. The majority of the members of the Senate want to pass it. But Senator Schumer won't allow the vote to come to the floor. We're left with the option of sending a continuing resolution. President Trump has said he's going to fund going to make sure TSA agents get paid, and he should. But I just want to, for the record, for the American citizens to know, the vast majority of the members of Congress have voted for 7147 or voted to allow it to come to the Senate. And it is the Democrats on procedure that are stopping the bill from moving forward, where it would fund ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. And there was an agreement before we sent it across to them. And then they turned around and went back on the agreement in the Senate.
Senate Democrats, that's correct.
Yes, Senate Democrats. And Senate Republicans absolutely capitulated last night. I don't want to make any bones about it. This idea that we can fund TSA and Border Patrol through reconciliation, if we had done reconciliation first, you could make that argument. But no Senate Republican should be making the argument that we could do something through reconciliation that has not already been done.
I would say predicting that is a high risk endeavor. So yeah, I don't think relying on something that hasn't happened
Absolutely.
to replace funding that you're taking away is something you can count on.
I am a minute and 15 seconds past. If you can
I'll be
answer in
very
30 seconds, I'll
I'll
yield
be
it.
very happy to do that. Again, the funding for ICE and CBP, and I'll get back to CBP in a moment. That's right. There is that was removed. There is no removal or no difference. There was no attack on the reconciliation bill that already passed that provided the billions. Now, let me just tell you about.
But you removed the ordinary funding.
Oh, we removed the appropriation, as we said, until.
That's right.
Until
Until
they was worked out in terms of where we're going on ICE. Now, CBP, just let me correct the record for you because I think you would like to know this. There's $11 billion in that bill for CBP, and that is to deal with the inspection of imported goods. There's the money for duties, taxes, and other fees, the seizing dollars for seizing pounds of illicit drugs, fentanyl, currency coming into our country. It is about taking care of the 1.21 million people coming through air, land, and seaports of entry, intercepting shipments produced with forced labor. So there is $11 billion in the Senate bill for CBP. Just so that you know and understand it. I'm not making it up.
I'm not questioning your integrity, ma'am. I'm just telling you the majority of the members of Congress have voted for 7147 with Customs and Border Patrol and ICE funded. I yield back.
Thank you. And Mr. Laura, thank you for giving us the specific that have been funded there.
Yes.
Mr. Griffith, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate it, and I intend to vote in favor of what we're doing here in the Rules Committee and then later on the floor. It is interesting to me that, and it was foreseen in the past, we get into these huge fights. We've had several in this committee today, Madam Chair, about what the Senate is or isn't going to do. And in Jefferson's Manual of Parliamentary Practice and Procedure, and for many years in the rules of this House, one was not to mention the actions of the Senate or the other body. The Senate had the same rule on the House actions in debate. And this is the very reason. Because we have a bicameral legislature, 2 houses. And the purpose of that is that each house is to make an independent decision. So arguing that we should do something because the Senate did something violates the very tenets of why we have 2 houses. If we wanted to be like Indonesia, where we had 2 houses, but on the major issues to vote, they came together to vote together on the big issues, then we should go to an Indonesian hybrid model, or we should go and just have a unicameral legislature. But we have a bicameral legislature. And I'm making an independent decision, notwithstanding whatever the Senate may have done in the dark of night or otherwise. And I can talk about how we debated in this committee for almost 24 hours on the bill they talked about from last July. But I'm making an independent decision. And I think that looking at the facts before me as a member of the House and exercising the precepts of Jefferson's Manual, that I will vote according to my conscience and according to what this House, I think, ought to be doing, and not worry about whatever the Senate may or may not have done. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
One quick question. So then you agree with Chairman Cole when he said, and I put an asterisk beside it, the House and Senate have an equal say in legislation.
Absolutely. Absolutely an equal say. And we're supposed to look at it a little bit differently. We're not supposed to walk monolithically one with the other. We're supposed to have a different viewpoint. And tonight, we have a different viewpoint.
And you remember my mentioning to you the other day that the Senate is called the upper body only because they were on the second floor in New York.
Yes, ma'am. And Madam Chairman, if I might, I would say that you at one point said something about, me being the historian. That was a fact I did not know. And so I was educated by the chairwoman in regard to the history of the so-called upper body. I always wondered how, because as the representatives closest to the people, I've always felt like we were the superior body.
Amen. Agreed. That's one thing we all agree on.
We all agree on that. Chairman Yield, would he be in favor of different viewpoints being represented in the rule, or is it just his view that can be brought to the floor and everybody else's is cut out? It's a question.
I'm not sure. I don't understand it.
I understand the question, but I didn't yield my time for a question.
I thought you did. The question was whether or not that the rule will represent different viewpoints, or whether it will be only his viewpoint that will be represented in the rule.
And I can answer, Madam Chair, even though I did not yield time to the gentleman to ask me a question, but I'm happy to answer the question nonetheless. And the answer is that the rule represents the will of the majority. If I'm in the majority today, then the rule will reflect my will. If I'm in the minority tomorrow, the rule will not reflect my will. So it's not about my will, it's about the principles of our democratic republic, which rely on a majoritarian rule. And tonight, I believe, we're going to have the majority.
Well, Madam Chair, if I could just, the gentleman claims he's a historian. If you look at the history of the United States House of Representatives, it hasn't always been my way or the highway. We have had situations where other people's viewpoints, even in the minority, have been allowed to have been debated and voted on. So, I don't believe this absolutism that you just outlined is what
it is the tenet of our I would say, Madam Chairman, that it is the tenet of our basic government that we have majoritarian rule. There are times when the majority determines that it is appropriate to do things where you let members have a minority report or they get their time on the floor, which is absolutely appropriate and fine. But it is a majority rule body, and that's the way we've been set up since the beginning of the nation. And that's why I stand on those principles, because it is what has led our country to be the greatest country on earth.
I'm glad I didn't learn history from you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And Chairman Cole, I agree with you. It's obviously very political with what we're dealing, and I think that Leader Schumer is very afraid of his base, and that's why we continue to find ourselves in the positions that we do. But just in closing this out, I would ask you, some members of this committee tried to frame this vote or frame a vote on the ordering the previous question. I would welcome for you framing for the audience and the thousands of people watching online. What is the vote this afternoon, this evening, when we take the vote? And if you're voting against this continuing resolution, what are you voting against?
Well, if you're voting against the continuing resolution, you're voting to shut down the government or these agencies that are affected by this continuing resolution. A number of agencies have already been fully funded, not contested here, but specifically the Department of Homeland Security. If you vote against this, you're voting not to fund it. You're voting to shut it down. I think that's very unwise. You can have complaints, you can have differences, but we all know 95% of what this agency does is non-controversial, is nonpartisan, is protecting American citizens. And it's almost, in an agency this large, is everybody an angel? Probably not, but are almost everybody really dedicated patriots who make a great sacrifice for this country and put themselves at risk for this country? Absolutely so. And if we have a bad actor, we make a mistake, we do an investigation, we make a correction, we don't shut down a whole agency. And we certainly don't shut it down at the height of international danger, where we're involved in military activity overseas against a known sponsor, the largest sponsor of state terrorism in 50 years. And we know there are people in this country. Ms. Houchin gave a long list of people where, Americans had been damaged by the policies pursued by the last administration, let a lot of people in here. And without adequate vetting and screening, and then gets in the way of trying to apprehend those people and get them out of the country. So again, I don't doubt anybody's sincerity in this debate, whatever their position is, but it is the point, and several of you have made it. Look, a majority of both chambers have voted repeatedly to fund the government. This is a matter of minority in the House and a minority in the Senate obstructing the majority in both chambers. They can only do that. The Constitution doesn't say you get to do this. The law doesn't say, but Senate rules do. And again, I respect Senate rules. They have the right to structure their chamber. But I will say, to solve your problem and dump it over here in the middle of the night, is a strange procedure, and then leave town before anybody can react to it. Not something I would be proud of if I were a United States Senator. I don't think it's the right way to operate, whether you're Republican or Democrat. And I think it was a deliberate act to exclude this chamber from its constitutional prerogatives and authority, and inappropriately done. But, others would see it differently, and that's fair enough.
And I think it's fair to say too, right? This is a temporary extension, 60-day CR. A vote against this is also a vote against talks. It's a vote
I think it's like an
negotiation.
8-week CR, but
8 CR. But it's a vote against talks and negotiation and deliberation, is it not?
Yeah, I think that is true. I would have hoped we would take another extension. There's not often, we quite often have 3, 4, 5-day extensions if something is worked through. We should stay and work this through. And both chambers should do that, in my opinion. Although, again, we've done our job. When you've passed it and sent it over there repeatedly, and then you wait for what comes back. And nothing came back quite a few times. And now this has come back. And the other body sent it back without even the patience to wait and see how this body would react to it, how it would regard it. That's wrong. That's no way to govern. And I think I think both parties on the other side were equally guilty of this because they both had to cooperate to make it happen.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Chair, can I just make a quick comment about correcting the record? I wish Ms. Houchin were here. This is very simple. I've been here for a long time, and I've been here through shutdowns. And I think Ms. Houchin said that we don't, do something like carving out of a particular function, et cetera, during this time. I can very readily recall in a shutdown where we found that there were, unless we had our food inspectors going into our meat and poultry plants every day, that we couldn't produce food. Therefore, they were carved out. The same was true of the air traffic controllers. So forth. The same has been true with the military, and the same has been true when the Coast Guard, which is part of DHS, when we felt that they were being harmed, that they would necessarily be organized with defense so that they could be paid. So this is not something that is brand new. And I think it's just important for the history of the institution to understand that.
Well, I think what you've just described is people being opted in, not people being opted out. So thank you very much, Mr. Lauren. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on the Senate amendment to H.R. 7147? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting, and I thank our two witnesses for being here.
Madam Chair? So I just heard Mr. Jack say that we're voting tonight. Is that
I was about to make an announcement, Mr.
Okay.
McGovern.
Middle of the night?
If
or when
you
are we
would,
gonna vote?
well,
Dead of night.
the whip has
Dead of night.
just announced that we could have votes as early as 8 p.m., but please stay tuned to additional updates.
So it could be the middle of the night.
And when would we be on the floor? 'Cause I want to be ready.
Can we proceed, and then we'll get there quicker? if you
Okay,
allow
let's
us to
boogie.
proceed.
Let's go.
The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Mrs. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The rule provides that the House shall be considered to have
Well,
taken
I'll
from
take
the
my stuff
Speaker's
out of the
table
way.
H.R. 7147 with the Senate amendment thereto, and to have concurred in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 119-21.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fishbach. You have now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
So just a clarification. So if I'm reading this rule correctly, when we pass the rule, this will be deemed passed?
No, we are,
So there's a debate on the rule, but no debate on this thing?
correct.
All right, talk about, procedures. But anyway, I don't want to get into that because anything the House Republicans do is just perfect and is above reproach. I mean, give me a break. I mean, this is.
Okay, Mr. McGovern.
Okay, I have an amendment. I move the.
Mr. McGovern, since we seem to have selective memory, let me remind you that during the 117th Congress, House Democrats deemed 29 items total, including 2 budget resolutions. We understand that this is a tool of the majority that should be used only when necessary. We've had extensive time to debate our differences on funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Pardon me. It's time we stop holding the over 100,000 DHS workers' paychecks hostage. Let's expeditiously pass this continuing resolution so our homeland defenders can get immediately paid and Congress has more time to come to an acceptable agreement that will not jeopardize keeping our borders secure and our nation safe.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair, but I have a little whiplash. I think I need a neck brace from listening to you guys who are complaining about the fact that the Senate didn't have a record vote on final passage of what they sent to us. And we're going to vote on a rule to deem something passed and not have a record vote on the final passage of this continuing resolution. But anyway, you're in charge. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. And I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike all after concurred in the Senate amendment so that the rule hereby concurs in the Senate amendment without an amendment and sends the bipartisan Senate bill to the President's desk. Madam Chair, this morning, the Senate unanimously passed compromise legislation that would fund all the law-abiding agencies under the Department of Homeland Security. Not a single senator objected. Not a single Republican senator objected. There were Republican senators on the floor. The Senate is controlled by Republicans. This could not have been voted on without the Senate Majority Leader paving the way for it to be voted on. And he's a Republican. This bipartisan solution would make sure that TSA employees are paid, FEMA employees are paid, CISA employees are paid, and our Coast Guard is paid. And if Speaker Johnson would just put the damn bill on the floor of the House for an up or down vote, we all know it would pass. We could end the shutdown today, end the long wait times, end the chaos across the country's, our nation's airports, and make sure that hardworking federal employees can finally receive their long overdue paychecks. And I'm sure if this was allowed to receive a vote on the floor, many Republicans would support it, maybe even a couple on this panel. That's what this motion does. It allows for a vote on the compromise bill that just passed unanimously in a bipartisan way through the United States Senate. And instead of a vote on your partisan 2-month CR that we already know will not become law. And it is crazy to me that any so-called reasonable or moderate Republican, if there were any left, would go along with this extremist plan by Speaker Johnson that would keep all of DHS shut down, including TSA and FEMA. We know this is a 2-month CR. This 2-month CR is a stunt. It is a non-starter. It will not become law. And look, I know some of my Republican colleagues want to stop the games and stop the endless partisan politics and just pay these federal workers. And I know that because many of you have told me that in private. Earlier this week, when I offered a motion specifically on paying TSA agents, Congressman Langworthy and Congresswoman Houchin voted with Democrats to do that. But the rest of the Republicans on the other side of the aisle blocked that bill from even getting a vote on the House floor. Now is the time to stand up against far-right extremism and take the deal. You know, let's have a vote on the Senate bill. Let's actually do something to help people rather than to screw them over. And so I urge a yes vote on my motion, and I yield back my time.
Further discussion or debate on Mr. McGovern's motion? Hearing none. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
That sounded close. I'd like a roll call, please.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Roy. Mrs. Houchin. Oh, Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith.
No.
Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack.
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any further discussion or debate? Hearing none, no further discussion. The question's on the motion from the gentlewoman from Minnesota. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
That's for roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Roy. Mrs. Houchin.
Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith.
Aye.
Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon. No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse. No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. No. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Representative Fishbach will manage the rule for the majority.
I will for the minority.
Mr. McGovern for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
I am a British man who has spent months and months traveling around America. And just yesterday, an American turned to me and he asked me this question. He said, "What is life really like in the UK?" I was born and bred in the UK. I'm 29. The UK is very isolated. That's the best way I can explain it. It feels like the UK is cut off from the rest of the world. It doesn't feel like real life. When you come to America, you will experience real life, real freedom, real adventure, real space. The UK feels very cut off from everywhere else. Yeah, you're in France, Germany, but we don't really interconnect with the other countries in the UK. So it feels very cut off. When you come to America, it feels like you have been opened up to a new planet. That's the best way to explain it. I am a British man who has spent months and months traveling around America. And just yesterday, an American turned to me and he asked me this question. He said, "What is life really like in the UK?" I was born and bred in the UK. I'm 29. The UK is very isolated. That's the best way I can explain it. It feels like the UK is cut off from the rest of the world. It doesn't feel like real life. When you come to America, you will experience real life, real freedom, real adventure, real space. The UK feels very cut off from everywhere else. Yeah, you're near France, Germany, but we don't really interconnect with the other countries in the UK. So it feels very cut off. When you come to America, it feels like you have been opened up to a new planet. That's the best way to explain it.
All right, here we go again. An 83-year-old man out of New York City has died due to his injuries from an illegal alien who pushed him onto the subway. And DHS funding technically was passed in the still of the night, but TSA agents are still nowhere close to being paid. So much drama to get to in this video. Well, let's hear exactly what happened in New York City. Take a listen.
Now, tonight, sadly, another horrific attack is making news all over New York City. Remember the 83-year-old veteran? The one that was shoved onto the subway tracks? He is now dead after that illegal immigrant from Honduras pushed him onto the tracks. Now, take a look at your screen. This criminal has a rap sheet a mile long. He has been deported not one, not two, not three. He's been deported 4 times. But it appears he likely walked right back into the U.S. across Joe Biden, Kamala Harris's, and Mayorkas's wide open borders that they lied to us and said was closed and secure.
So here's the real issue. 4 deportations and he's still in our country. What does that tell you? It tells you the system's broken. It tells you that one political party literally has blood on their hands. It tells you one political party does not believe in immigration laws. And it also tells you that the Republican Party, they need to wake the hell up. Because I tell you what, if we can't get the Save America Act passed, if we can't do anything for the American people, the Republican Party will lose again. And one day, Donald J. Trump will leave that White House, and guess what's going to happen to our country then? I'll give you an example of that. Let's go to the mayor himself, who presides over this city where that man has tragically died. Here's what he had to say.
I think first and foremost, we're making clear that no one is above the law in this city, that everyone has to follow the rule of law. And I have made clear to the president, both in our private conversations and our public conversations, about the fact that I believe that ICE is a rogue agency. It's a reckless one. It's one that delivers nothing towards the furthering of the cause of public safety. And I've also been public about my belief that ICE is an entity that should be abolished.
You heard it right there. ICE should be abolished. I wonder if he has any energy for someone who is 83 years old, a veteran, died because of the crimes from an illegal alien. Of course, he's not going to say anything about that. Just like Mayor Brandon Johnson, just like Karen Bass, this is exactly what we get when people buy into their delusional empathy that they like to sell on their campaign or during their campaign, that is. Guys, I'll tell you what the term is. Again, it's fatal empathy at this point. Anytime they want to use empathy to reach across the aisle to the criminals or the illegal aliens or whoever they're sympathizing with, it leads to fatal outcomes.
Yeah, Sean, it's another terrible example of what can happen here when you have people who aren't supposed to be in the United States committing these crimes. This 83-year-old veteran and a grandpa is now gone. He didn't make it. He died at the hospital. His family telling the New York Post they are heartbroken after he was shoved onto the subway tracks by a guy DHS says should have never been in the country in the first place. So this is him, 34-year-old Bayron Hernandez. He's facing murder charges here. DHS tells us that Hernandez is from Honduras and he came into the country illegally. Last week, police say he was at a subway stop on the city's Upper East Side. You can see him there. So he was caught on camera that day. He shoved two guys onto the tracks. One man was able to get off pretty quickly, but Richard Williams hit his head on the tracks. He was rushed to the hospital and he did not make it. DHS tells us Hernandez has that long rap sheet you mentioned. We're talking 15 prior charges for what? Well, assault, domestic violence, and drug and weapons charges, just to name a few. The feds say he's been deported 4 times, but just came right back into the country.
So let's get this straight. They want to abolish the agency that is supposed to get someone like him out of our country. How do you make sense of that exactly? That's number one. Number two, the way they try to explain their position is by ignoring the reality of the policy. Now, in case we have not made our point here on the show regarding this particular story and how Democrats claim that ICE is only going after people who are not worst of the worst, 70% of people do not have crimes. Will this guy do it for you? Take a listen.
DHS says Hernandez has a long rap sheet. I'm talking a lot of charges, 15 prior charges. We're talking assault, domestic violence, and drug and weapons charges for this man.
So it seems like he has a rap sheet to me. So why did it take 4 deportations to finally catch him after he has committed a heinous crime? Is that enough for you, Democrats? Is 30%? It doesn't really matter. Guys, if you're not catching on to what I'm saying, their main talking point is ICE is a failure because 70% of the legal aliens that they have arrested do not have crimes. You following what I'm saying? That means they want you to be distracted from the 30%, according to their math, who are criminals. Now let's go to Sheridan Gorman. Her family continues to speak out for good reason because the perpetrator, the criminal, he's in court today virtually.
The Venezuelan man accused of killing 18-year-old Sheridan Gorman is expected to appear virtually for his first court hearing this next hour. This is a new picture we obtained of Jose Medina in the Cook County Jail, where he is being held in the medical division with tuberculosis. Today, prosecutors are expected to lay out more details from their case against the 25-year-old illegal immigrant who allegedly ambushed Sheridan Gorman and 3 of her friends as they walked out onto a pier late at night last week and then shot and killed Sheridan as she and her friends were running away. This past hour, the Gorman family released a statement saying, in part, what happened to Sheridan was not a reflection of the Loyola community. It was a result of a failure outside of it. Both things can be true. Loyola is a place of opportunity and safety, and there were failures outside the university that must be addressed. Sheridan's hometown in New York will be honoring her life this weekend at a community vigil.
You see, here's why this matters. This isn't just New York. This isn't just Chicago or Los Angeles. This is across the country, folks, particularly in sanctuary cities. And I just find it interesting that these raging liberals who are crying about communism and that our president wants to be a king and a tyrant and a dictator, it seems like they are too distracted from what's really happening in their own backyard. It's interesting. They have no energy for these victims, none at all. No protests, no burning down businesses, no rioting in the streets every time an American citizen gets killed. Imagine if they did that.
Surveillance cameras captured Medina leaving the crime scene and walking to his apartment a couple of blocks away, where police found a gun that matched the shell casing recovered at the scene. This murder of a college freshman less than a mile from Loyola University is hitting close to home for a lot of students on campus.
It's definitely really scary because going to the pier to look for the Northern Lights is something that I feel like a lot of us have done.
I feel like when it gets a lot darker, you feel a bit less safe.
I definitely am a lot more paranoid going out at night. Just yesterday, my friends invited me to go out at around like 10 o'clock, and I definitely didn't feel very comfortable going out.
Now, of course, they feel that way, but the question is, how will they vote? Do they actually support what ICE is doing? Something tells me the answer is probably no on that. Now, I'm not lumping all of these students, part of that university, into one group. I'm just stating the obvious, which is we have a disconnect in our society. On one hand, we scream about crime, but on the other hand, when we actually have an agency who's willing to do something about it, we say, I didn't mean that way. Well, what other way do you think this is going to happen? 20 million people unvetted in the country. What do you want ICE to do exactly? Ask nicely? That isn't going to happen, because these illegal aliens have been emboldened to not only run, but evade arrest. In fact, they have agitators and protesters and American citizens helping them evade arrest. Let's not forget about multiple judges that have all been indicted, arrested for doing that.
Well, let me ask you this. If there's such a problem of violent immigrants in our country, why were they able to put thousands of ICE agents in our airports to hand out bottles of water? I mean, it just shows that this was a solution in search of a problem, and the American people had asked for violent individuals to be removed, and we have now found out that 94% of the people who have been arrested and deported are nonviolent individuals. And so the real issue that we have in our country right now is that there's a lack of trust between Americans and ICE and Border Patrol, and nobody is asking for more funding for Border Patrol. Everyone would like to wait a lot less time at the airport.
All right, let's take a moment and talk about something serious. How many of you guys have been punished because of your credit? What am I talking about? You're out there, you're working hard, you're making money. Then when you try to go get a car, an apartment, or a home, you get denied. It's the ultimate frustrating experience. This is where kickoff comes in, because even though you may make a lot of money, the system sees you differently based on your credit score. Kickoff is a simple, affordable way to help you to start building credit score. Individual results may vary. Which takes us to this next update, which is the Senate in the still of the night, 2 a.m., passed this DHS funding bill, which it's still not over with. This is just step one of the process. The bottom line is both sides did not get what they wanted. Republicans did not get a fully funded DHS, meaning everything according to that bill would fund DHS except for ICE and Border Patrol. And Democrats didn't really get what they wanted, which is reforms to ICE and Border Patrol.
The Senate just reached a deal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. That proposal, which would fund TSA but not ICE, now heads to the House, where it must pass by the end of the day before Congress leaves for a 2-week Easter recess. The standoff on funding has caused nationwide headaches at America's airports, with TSA workers going 42 days without pay, leading to mass callouts and long security lines. News Nation's Brooke Schaefer is live at Miami International Airport with what exactly is in this deal. Hey, Brooke.
Hey, Marky, good morning to you. As you said, the House still needs to vote on this, but this Senate deal, a key step towards ending this partial shutdown and, of course, getting these TSA workers paid. Of course, still a few steps before that can happen, but this Senate deal is being viewed as a win for Democrats. It does not provide funding for ICE or Border Patrol that Republicans had been fighting for. It also includes money for officer body cameras. However, this deal does not include any changes to immigration enforcement. Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune called the results unfortunate, and he says some battles will be left to fight another day.
Okay, so number one, TSA still is not going to get paid because the House of Representatives have to vote on this, and we're already seeing that this may not actually go the way they think, because some of the reporting suggests that Republicans in the House will not actually vote for this unless the Save America Act is attached to this in some way, shape, or form that forces Senate to vote on it. So we'll see if that actually manifests itself in a real update to the bill. Secondly, again, the problem with the federal government and the pay system, let's say all of this passes today. They're still not going to get paid on Saturday or Monday. It's going to take a while for them to catch up. But I don't know what's worse at this point. Chuck Schumer and Democrats continuing to spew dangerous rhetoric, or Senator Leader Thune accepting defeat because of his weak leadership. Listen to it for yourself.
But we are out of time for the critical responsibilities and tens of thousands of workers currently going without pay. And since Democrats have made fiscal year 2026 the year they choose to repudiate one of their most basic responsibilities as members of Congress, to fund the government, this is what we have been reduced to.
Democrats held firm in our opposition that Donald Trump's rogue and deadly militia should not get more funding without serious reforms, and we will continue to fight for those reforms.
And again, I think there is no such thing as the word pressure unless these airports absolutely shut down and strike. I wish they would have did that, because I just don't believe the pressure and the burden should be on the shoulders of the CEO airlines or the TSA employees or the GM of these airports. No, that burden, that pressure should be on the members of Congress. But unfortunately, that is not the case. And let me just show you, again, the attitude that we're already seeing coming out of the House of Representatives on the Democrat side. Here's what they're saying about this bill.
You have this bill pending. Your recess is coming up very quickly at the end of the day. How will you vote if this bill funds most of DHS but not ICE, which is just one of the demands the Democrats were making?
Yeah, I've been consistent for weeks now that a path forward, if Republicans aren't willing to accept the reasonable reforms for ICE and CBP, a path forward is to fund all the other DHS agencies, get our TSA agents paid. So based on what I know of the agreement and the legislation, I'll support it and I'll keep fighting to reform ICE and CBP, but I'm not going to vote to give them another dime until those reforms are in place.
I have a constituent in my district who was picked up by ICE. He was in the Adelanto detention center and passed away. What do I tell his family? That I ended up continuing to support and fund an agency that has caused one of their loved ones to perish in custody. This is something that we've seen time and time again. Or the mother, she was 8 months pregnant, was picked up one day. I tried to go and see her the next day. She wasn't even in the system. The next day we find out she was already deported, 8 months pregnant, back to Nicaragua. So my constituents, my district's very different than a lot of other districts, but so they know that I have to put up a fight.
See, I had a good discussion with Sean Spicer yesterday about this very issue. What are we talking about? We're talking about the level of resistance this administration has faced. Even though it's clear that the president had 4 years to prepare for the presidency and who would be in his cabinet, etc., and they came out of the gate swinging, no doubt. Definitely organized, definitely planned, and executed a mass deportation operation. Now, as time has gone on, the opposition has gained a little bit more ground and has increased their level of resistance. And the problem here is they have a lot of people in the American public, particularly people in the middle, buying into their propaganda.
Just about 12 hours after the Senate passed that bill to fund most of DHS, it looks like we could be headed for a train wreck in the House, because rather than just passing a version of the Senate bill funding TSA and getting out of town, there's a possibility that the House is not going to simply vote for the Senate bill and vote for a different bill. Chad Pergram is monitoring it all. He's on Capitol Hill. Chad, this would be bad, because this would mean that TSA agents would not get paid.
This would extend the shutdown. And of course, President Trump had said that, by executive order, he would try to make sure that they got paid. But this was always going to be the wild card when the Senate passed this overnight. Would this be able to command the votes in the House of Representatives? You had progressives who said that they would probably vote no because there were no reforms to ICE. But there are a lot of Democrats, including Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, and also Rosa DeLauro, the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, who signaled that they were for this. They said that this is a win. And so we thought that with a combination of some Republicans and maybe lots of Democrats, they could move this through the House. But in the past 45 minutes to an hour here, House Speaker Mike Johnson, after a conference call with his members, has talked about a proposal of a 60-day interim spending bill to fund all of DHS, fund ICE, fund the Border Patrol. And what that would do if that were to pass the House of Representatives, they would lose all that Democratic support. As I always say, it's about the math. They would have to do this on their own. But the problem is that they would be out of sync with the Senate. What happened that the Senate was doing, and this always ticks off the House of Representatives, is when they jam them. They send over something and they say it's take it or leave it, which is what happened when they left in the middle of the night last night. So what would happen here if the House were to pass this? The Senate is meeting in what they call these pro forma, these abbreviated sessions for the next 2 weeks. The next one is Monday at 10:30, and they would have to take it or leave it, whatever the House passed.
So that's why I said TSA agents, they're not getting paid anytime soon. This is still going to have to work itself out. And this is really only step one of the process. All right. I guess it's fitting we go to this other update because I think this deserves attention. So there was an ICE agent caught on video saving an infant from choking at the JFK airport. Look at this.
DHS releasing dramatic video from JFK's airport here in New York. That shows that ICE agent jumping in and helping an infant waiting in line. The infant had stopped breathing. Happened apparently a couple days ago on Wednesday. The agent apparently performing the Heimlich maneuver, which restored the child's breathing after nearly 2 minutes. Wow. So the DHS secretary, fresh on the job, Secretary Mullen, calling the agent's actions heroic.
So here's why this matters. For obvious reasons, a life was saved. That's number one. Number two, it shows that ICE agents are not the boogeyman that Democrats want the American people to believe. Now, again, doesn't it seem like a recurring pattern here? What they did to President Trump is what they're doing to ICE agents. It's the same thing of what they did to Elon Musk. Whenever they want to go after someone, they want to make them out to be literally the devil and all of their rhetoric. But when you can cut through the noise and actually see them for who they really are, you find out, yeah, that is so far from the truth. But it didn't stop Representative Ilhan Omar, who obviously committed immigration fraud, from mocking them in a post. Watch this.
We're busy doing nothing, working the whole day through, trying to find lots of things not to do. We're busy going nowhere, isn't it just a crime? We like to be unhappy, but we never do have the time.
Yeah, so that's what she posted, mocking them, of course, and it's kind of the same behavior that we saw with people calling out black people who happen to be ICE agents too. It's all the same behavior. It's political theater. It seems like she's busy doing nothing except playing around with her brother so she can advance her career and her finances. We know she's knee deep into fraud. Okay. I think she's got better things that she should be focusing on. But again, it goes back to what I said earlier in the video today. I'm not too sure Congress will really do anything about Ilhan Omar, right? But these are the games. Let's follow this up with more confirmation of how they truly feel about ICE agents. Watch this.
This is not normal. These guys aren't doing a damn thing. They weren't qualified to be here in Minnesota. They're not qualified to be at the airport, and they are dang sure not qualified to be anywhere near a polling station.
So, Governor, what are they qualified for? I mean, he knows something about qualifications. This is a man who lied about being a retired command sergeant major. The rank of E9, okay? That's a total lie. Stolen valor is what I'm talking about here, folks. Now, some of you guys may not even understand it. So bottom line is this. We're talking about a man who claimed that he retired as the vice president of sales. Come to find out, he never was officially granted that title. He was the assistant vice president of sales. I mean, you would argue, yeah, you weren't the vice president of sales, bro. I'm trying to find out the best analogy here, but the bottom line is this is a man who doesn't know anything about qualifications because in some ways he's not qualified himself. So he projects. I guess federal employees are stupid. That's what he wants us to believe. It's a total joke. But the real joke is what happened at the airport when ICE agents were actually laughing at agitators. Watch this.
No thoughts. You guys are the foot soldiers of a fascist regime, right? Is that not what it is? Is that funny? Is that funny?
Yeah, so what type of person literally runs up to law enforcement agencies and tries to harass them, right? An individual who's not in control of themselves emotionally or their mental faculties. But I guess it's no shocker because this weekend is going to be full of them on the streets as the No King protests are going to erupt across the country. Now, again, as I said throughout this video, if we had a king, these protests technically would not even exist. If we had a dictator, a tyrant, these people would probably be murdered in cold blood in the streets. That's not happening. So it seems like the king they say we have is nowhere to be found. Listen to this.
Organizers are hoping tomorrow's No Kings protest shatters records. They estimate millions of Americans will turn out for demonstrations across the country. So take a look at this map. Each dot represents a scheduled No Kings event to protest President Trump and his policies, more than 3,000 of them nationwide. The group, Home of the Brave, put out $1 million ad buy in support of No Kings, which includes this message from one of the officers who defended the Capitol.
Yeah, and so they released an ad to try to get people to turn out. And we already know the type of people who will be at these protests. A percentage of them don't even know why they're there. They don't even know what they're protesting. They're paid to be there. And then a certain percentage actually believes in the delusional lies. And I say that it's because they essentially won't even hold their own side accountable for the same crimes that they say the president is committing. So I think we all know what it is. But I want to show you guys that because while TSA employees are still not getting paid, people are rioting in the streets against this administration. It just doesn't make any sense, does it? Okay. Well, let's hear from you guys in the comment section to all of these stories, whether it's Sharon Gorman, once again, the 83-year-old man, veteran, who unfortunately died because of more illegal alien crime, or the incompetence of the Republican Party, particularly in the Senate, when it comes to the Save America Act, or when it comes to DHS funding. Give me all your thoughts and everything you got in the comment section below. All right, we go to our next video where downtown Chicago was seized by criminal teenagers as curfew went into effect. This continues to be a pattern that the mayor has been unable to do anything about. And this all is happening on the backdrop of Sharon Gorman, who lost her life at the hands of a criminal legal alien. I guess you'll just have to be entertained or shocked by the reaction from the mayor himself. So if you're interested, click on the video because it's coming up right now.